Hello. Hello, everybody. Please, good morning, good afternoon, everywhere, wherever you are. We know that you are joining us from different places and you have different mornings and different afternoons. Welcome to the Africa Design Week. And we are super excited to have you all join us today. And we really are very, very excited to see everyone log in. And for those of you also watching us live from YouTube, we give you shout outs from KNUST, Kumasi, and we are streaming live from here. We are about to start the program, and at this point, I would like to introduce my co-moderator, Professor Eric Francis Ishen, who is a designer and also a design advocate. And he's been with us for the first 2 days, and we've really had a lot of fun being here and all the tours that we've taken through the exciting craft villages in Kumasi. So at this point, I do not want to waste too much time, but introduce Professor Eric Francis Eshen to the platform. Prof, over to you.
Good morning, Dr. Realista, and good morning to you all on the platform. I would like to address you as comrades. So forgive me if the word is too hard or you may not find it quite suitable. But I use the word comrade in the sense that we are all in the struggle of rekindling, renewing our aspiration as design scholars and practitioners on the African continent. So I use the word comrade because we are working hard. We have put our shoulders to the wheel. Then we go back to the South African word Ubuntu, trying to galvanize all our energies in bringing back our lost aspirations. I will always say art and design has been with us since time immemorial. It is not an introduction. It is not something that was introduced to the African societies. We knew how to manage our systems, and we did those things through our philosophies, cultural values, practices that made it possible for us to survive to this day. So today, as we honor the scholars and practitioners in design through the Padi African Week celebration, we are more overwhelmed and enthused by the energies that you have displayed wherever you have found yourself, working hard as design educators, trying to impact knowledge to the young ones to have hope about our great motherland, Africa. And as practitioners also, you would have worked in diverse ways in sustaining and pushing the agenda of design, wherever you have found yourself and whatever practices you have found yourself doing. And at this point, as we meet to discuss a very interesting and fluid topic, theory underpins practice as practice supports theory. It's a very, very interesting and very strong concept that we have chosen and working with during this week. And many a times as educator, I have found among my students believing and thinking that for art and design, there is no theory that supports our practice. All that we do is give us projects and let us run around and get it done, forgetting that whatever is conceived, whatever we think about, entails theory. So many design or art schools do not have textbooks. They think that just instructing, just giving projects, and getting students to get their hands dirty solves the problem. We're saying no. What we're saying is that theory underpins practice. Theory is the foundation of practice, and practice supports the development of theory, which goes back to support practice. So it is a cyclical evolution we find ourselves, that one leads to the other, it leads to the other, it leads to the other, and it keeps going. And for the first part of this week, we have gone through two cultural villages in Ghana, Bonre, and Ntonson, to be precise, to get you to have a feel of how our traditional practitioners of art and design have gone over their works over time. The question is, what is the contribution, or what are the contributions of scholars, design scholars and educators across Africa doing to support these traditional practices that practitioners, and document their processes and use those documentation in educating the young ones to help them also build their skills and knowledge of what design is or what art is. We also were privileged to go to Ntonso, where the second most valuable fabric of Ghanaian culture is made, the Edinburgh cloth. And we went through the process as well as having an interaction with the indigenes about the processes and about the historical account of this wonderful piece of design. We had the knowledge of the Edinburgh symbols and how they impact on the development of the cloth. The question still hangs around. What are the scholars doing about these historical products, these traditional products, these cultural products, which have survived several hundreds of years, decades of effort by indigenes, working hard to preserve our identities. It's a challenge mostly for us as scholars to position ourselves with the skill, knowledge, of documenting and interpreting these values and philosophies within the African contexts and see its development and growth and how it impacts on other cultures as well. For practitioners, what have you been doing about your practices? Many would have documented their practices through exhibitions and others, but are these documentations made available to the indigenes? Do the indigenes find themselves playing a critical role in the development of the theory?
I thought she's sleeping.
I've had the privilege
But she said she won't eat it.
over the past years. The challenge on us as scholars and as practitioners in the 21st century
You can reduce the fire
to ensure that the theme for this week's celebration, the Pan-African African Design Institute's aim of ensuring that our practices are supported by theory. And the theories that we give in class also support the practices that we put at the forefront of our pedagogy. How are we able to do that? And this morning, we will have seasoned practitioners and scholars to share thoughts on their experiences and get us to be engaged in a conversation on the way forward. But permit me to respond to a very interesting question that Mohammed presented. No, not Mohammed. One other scholar from Nigeria asked about the waning of the drawing skills of our visual art students. After the program, I just jumped into a lecture and I used the first few minutes of the lecture to engage my students on this issue. Interestingly, Monday, this very Monday, in one class, a third year class, I posed the question of how many in the class know or can convince us that they know how to draw. Some made mention of some people, they did not mention themselves as students who are capable of drawing. So I picked on the students that have been mentioned as good in drawing. And I gave them the task to draw for me to see. And I can tell you, for 10 minutes, I keep impressing upon them to make an attempt of drawing. And they found it extremely difficult in putting something on paper. So the challenge we face is not a very easy one. So I used yesterday's class to quiz the students about the challenge. And from all the discussions that took place within 30 minutes, there were 4 pointers that I found quite interesting. And you found yourself in. They said the parents, the teacher, themselves, and the peer, the community. These are the 4 stakeholders in the development of the drawing skills of our students. So the question we ask, what are the instructors doing to give confidence to the students, to prop up students who are weak in drawing, who have certain misconceptions about the importance of drawing in their journey? For me, I see the teacher as very important person in this challenge that if the teacher refuses to instill confidence in the student, if the teacher refuses to direct the student, if the teacher refuses to accept the creative expression of the student as the student's contribution, and the teacher imposes his wishes or will on the student, they kill that creative ability that the student possesses. So now the challenge for us as practitioners and as scholars is for us to revisit the way we do our things. Think through. There might be something wrong with the curriculum, yes. But who is supposed to correct that error in the curriculum? It is the teacher. Who has the duty of ensuring that the pedagogy that is used is appropriate? It is the teacher. Who ensures the school psychosocial environment is appropriate for instilling that confidence in the student? It is the teacher. Whose responsibility to impact knowledge on the student? The teacher plays an important role. Yes, we can argue about the new paradigm where the student should take control of his own learning. But the teacher, as a facilitator in the new paradigm, continues to play a pivotal role in ensuring that the student who doesn't have the ability, the student who lacks the confidence, the student who doesn't know how to do it, what has to be done, is propped up appropriately and given the needed instructions so that the student will fare well. Now, our student success is our success. Our students' failures is our failure. We cannot just shout the failures onto the student only and blame the students all the time. The teachers are supposed to be blamed likewise. So this platform that we are creating this morning gives us the opportunity to reassess our contribution as scholars in art and design. As practitioners with excellence, how are we able to change the narrative? How are we able to galvanize our energies in ensuring that Africa is on the threshold of contributing significantly towards the design world? And Africa can be counted on as the doyen of all best practices in design and arts. Doc, I want to believe that the set is well set for us to engage others on the platform to also share their thoughts on this issue of theory underpinning practice as practice supports theory. So I did like to pause now and join in later on whilst we listen to Felix and others. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Eric Francis Ochen, for giving us an overview of what we've been doing for the past 2 days and the need for us to be here to start the conversation around design and theory underpins practice as practice underpins supports theory. On our speaker list, we had a Professor Kwame Henuku Ado and Professor Mugendi Emerita. Today, they were not able to join us because they had some emergencies. And for that matter, we carry on with the program as well. And I'd like to generally mention all our speakers who are here. That's Professor Desmond Lobsher. Yes, forgive me if I did not pronounce it properly. And then we have Miss Juliet Kabishi, and we have Professor Segun Olude, and then we have Mohammed Jogi. You are all welcome to the session, and everybody who is in the house, we welcome you all. And at this point, we would like to inform you that we will take a short break. Then after the short break, we'll have Mr. Felix, who is the party president, to also give us an overview. Right after that, then we move on to the speakers. So you can take a short coffee break right now. We will be back at 11, 10. So let's 11:10, but we'll start at 11:15. So thank you very much. And you can take a short break, have some tea, coffee. And yes, thank you very much for sticking around. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, can I just ask a very strange question? Where can I get Ghanaian coffee? Because we don't have that kind of coffee in South Africa, and I really loved it when I was up there.
Yes.
Thank you so
yes.
much. I think we'll serve some virtual. We'll give you some virtual Ghanaian coffee.
I'll
the
get
next
some
time
virtual coffee.
yes, we'll send you some virtual coffee. And the next time we are in Cape Town or in Joburg, we'll bring you some Ghanaian coffee
That
and
sounds
hot chocolate
amazing.
as well. Thank you
I'm
so
having a
much
palm
for
wine.
that. Yes, yes, yes.
I'm
And
having a
please,
palm
during
wine
the
now.
break, yeah, that was a good one, Prof. During the break, we'll be streaming some of the videos from the site. Those of you who were not here yesterday and for the past 2 days and you've not been able to join us with the tour, we have a short version that we are streaming during the break time. So if you stick around and enjoying your coffee, you can watch and then relax and enjoy African design. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay.
Welcome to the traditional home of traditional Edinburgh. Before we go,
we have to know a brief history about the community, especially with regards to the name. According to our forefathers, they came from a different place and they approached so they asked them to stay. They are very close to when they approached him to get a land, he asked them to stay around the eyebrow so that it will be very easy to get in touch whenever I need. That's why we have tongue. So you know this eyebrow is called meaning tongue. So stay around my eyebrow, meaning tongue. So that's why we get the name tongue. And traditionally, this community has been producing the traditional Edinkra club using traditional methods. The Edinkra club has got different historical background. There are some which we have the written literature and the others are oral literature. The oral literature, some claims it comes from Denchra. Others also claim the name Edinkra came from one king at this place, German. He was claiming to be powerful like Otumfo. As a result of that, Otumfo also decided to attack him and he was captured. So, according to the history, while he was coming, there was a symbol on him that talks of Edinkra.
Your friend or Yama in Tonsona, me papa, if we are me mammy free, I'm unchained. Now, a Juma may a grass towns. I'm a toy, and I'm so my twice now, we were told my near friend of me, near friend teacher Kofi, the meaning ban, near friend teacher Kofi. Indeed, me control a warrior, now me cousin Monsieur and I'm a boy. Many boys one and see me to me, yet the crack and a first no yen and I'm person no over the buyer banche and a now drona yede we know a picture of a coin a drone so just on one man yeshi into banche and buyer and what the boom one now say the pencil as a yakasha. I'm a drone designing in our school between the dentine. The magazine may be a Timua, user Messiah. My drone was Nane, Moo and Star, was Nane on the Wasian, and I'm in Stromano, and so there was so. Say we are now Afrika, we be Mupa, said they are what the boy do more a honey baby and Shadam. Akase mebeye nensa kwanya do faso a obusu ani osane ne nso
This is a great place. You know, just good culture, good people, amazing food, and such a really strong principle to stand behind Dinka symbols. And the principle behind it is very deep and strong and life-changing. I think I realize how when you stick to good, strong things, simple things, how easy life becomes and how cool. You know, sometimes in the Western culture, it's all about, you know, what social media you're on and, you know, all the people that know you're cool versus, you know, here it's like, you know, you have the principles, you know, don't be jealous, don't steal, don't, you know, gossip against your neighbor. You just be loving, be supportive, you know, and I came here and I was able to experience that. So it's like, you know, being in Tonso has helped me see the Adinka symbols in action.
Osei Hameda. I'm made in Ghana and Bangalore. I'm from Intonso in the Kwabre municipal. Currently, we are here in Intonso Craft Center, where we design our Adinkra prints, and I'm into Adinkra designs. Currently, as you can see from here, these are our designs. This platform and this. Later on, we'll give you much explanation towards this Adinkra symbol. And as my uncle, we discussed with my uncle, he was able to explain a lot about how the beginning of the work. And after university, the same uncle introduced me into this business. And after that, I've been able to promote the
So after you pan, you get a soft gliders, more soft gliders. Because this is the process that I just showed you. So to have this one, then we send it to this. You boil it for a week continuously before you can get the final dye. You don't add anything to it. Throw the water in the bag. The only thing you need to get, just get more for your wood. Concentrate until you can have the final. If you don't get the dye, the final one, you can use it. You need to get the final one before you can. It's thick like that.
1,000 vehicles online.
Hello. Hello. All right, thank you so much. I believe all of you have had some coffee. And if you didn't have coffee, I'm sure you drank some warm milk, or better still, some hot chocolate. Thank you so much for sticking around, and we are glad to have you back. And we have a little bit of internet challenges, but we know that you bear with us, and we continue with the program. So at this point, we welcome you all, and we would like to invite Felix to give us an overview from Padi's point of view and the reason for which this program was organized. And yeah, so Felix, if you are there, please give us a wave, and you're welcome to also activate your video and share some insight from Padi with us. And we all know Felix, he doesn't need so much introduction. So Felix, thank you very much. So over to you, Felix.
Right, thank you, Dr. Deborah. Thank you, Professor Shen. In fact, thank you, Team Design Ghana, for hosting this year's program. I know you had a call a bit late. The initial hosts couldn't make it, and I contacted you guys. I think it was in September, October there, and then you accepted the challenge. So yeah, thank you for accepting it and then putting everything together. I understand that internet or technological challenges over there on the continent is a big thing, but yeah, you guys have been able to pull it through, and then we are glad that the program is coming on. Padi Design or Africa Design Day was an idea Professor Des came up with, that we should try and celebrate our design on the continent, which was started in 2020, and then South Africa held the first edition, which was in person. We find it to be so successful and so inspiring that we decided that Padi will host it every year. But however, we will move the hosting venues round. Last year, 2021, Design Kenya held it, was quite successful as well too. They took it, a bit beyond what the South Africans that did, and we decided that we'll, expand a little bit more, borrow ideas from what they did, which I think I fed you guys, Design Ghana, and you are using it. So yeah, well done. And the program is going on, fine. I would like to welcome, Professor Des again, the immediate past president of Padi. I'm acknowledging Professor Maluse from Botswana, who is also part of it. Padi board members, Juliet, Sam, and again, all the team from Design Ghana. Welcome to this year's Africa Design Day. It's been a whole week, And we've had the opportunity to join in for the last 3 days. And I think today is the last day for the program. I would like to talk a little bit about the topic or the theme on the discussion. I will somehow relate it to my field now, where I'm using my design knowledge. And then I think it got some ideas over there that we could borrow. And I would like to use the word borrow in quotes because I don't often like the idea of borrowing everything in totality. I like, you borrow idea, you adapt it to suit your situation. Yeah, theory underpinning is a practice. Well, I mean, we all know that the purpose of theory in every profession is to improve the practice, right? But when you come to the medical field, they have what they call evidence-based practice. Again, this evidence-based practice is being fed by theories, that they've come up with through research and everything. And it's been very successful over there. When you come to the medical field, all they are talking about is evidence-based theory, evidence-based practice. Whatever you are doing, is there evidence to back it? If we don't have evidence, they'll be a bit skeptical to take it on board. So while we are talking about trying to bring design and theory and the practice together, I would like us to move it a bit further by looking at evidence-based practice. Thus, all the research findings that has been happening in the classroom and everything, imparting it or giving it to the practice, we need to go back again, to research and find out how best are they using it, what can be improved, and everything from there, so that we feed it back into what they call it, the classroom again. So, like I said, theories, just as Professor Eshan also said, the theories help us to understand what is going on, the principles of design, how to use it, and everything that we can use to improve practice. But this morning I don't want to talk too much. I just want us to move it a bit further by adopting what I would like us to call, well, again, evidence-based design practice. All this, the evidence, the findings that we got from the research and everything, we need to put it back. But while we are putting it back, we should have something to back it, and not just, you've got the theories, the findings from the classroom and so on. We've got some professionals who are, trying to, put it together. We need a bit more than that. I visited a couple of universities. One university that I visited in Amsterdam, they had all their lecturers being practice-based, what they call practice or practitioners. I did ask them why, and then, like what we are discussing, they said they want them to practice the findings. And then in turn, they bring in what they call the findings, or what they found in practicing the theory, back into the classroom, so that the students and the staff can also look at it. And then, what they call it, the circle becomes complete. I also had the opportunity to, work at the Glasgow School of Arts, and I think it was the same thing. Many a time I saw the practitioners coming around, engaging the students, and being in the classroom, the students going back, So it's practiced almost everywhere. I think it's now catching up with us in Africa, and we need to move it a bit forward. We need to add a bit more to it. Let's call it evidence-based rather than just, theory underpinning practice, and then, the practice underpinning theory and so on. But let's make it evidence-based, so that if anybody comes to the classroom, everybody try to challenge, we will have something to back what we are doing, and not just, talking about it or just saying it. So this is my little contribution, and this is where I want us to push it forward. Right. Des, would you want to say something about the African Design Day as well?
Felix, yes, I think that for me, this is a huge celebration. I think that we are in an amazing space here because for the first time over the last 3 years, we've actually managed to pull this design day together through 3 different countries and through participation from probably 15 to 20. And it's something that I think the whole of Padi is very proud of. And this could never have happened without Felix, I must tell you all. He's been amazing. He's been the stalwart. He's been the guy that actually keeps on prodding and pushing and making you do the stuff. And it's just such a privilege to work with him because that's what it's all about. You know, if we've got a passion for design, which I think we all have, we need to do this. And I think I can go back to Prof. Eddie Ishon, and I can say that when he introduced his talk, it was about Ubuntu. And I think that that's something that we should also be very proud of. We as a continent have so many connections, and we have so much, we hold hands so strongly on many issues, and it's so fantastic to see it happening. And this kind of webinar for me is fantastic, and I feel very humbled to be part of Padi, and I feel very humbled to know people like the people that are on this panel, like the people that are in the audience, that are just amazing and are really passionate. And I can see it if you look at that website and you look at what gets posted. And I have a few suggestions in my talk that we can take these things further, because I think we deserve to. I think we're too subordinate in a way, if I can say that, which is a horrible word, but I think that we're not confident enough, and we need to build that confidence. We really need to build that confidence to become the leaders on the planet. And we are in innovation. We're incredible. So yeah, I'm sorry, Felix, I think I just went over my time.
I'm not moderating. Dr. Deborah is moderating, but yeah.
Yes, but the floor is for you, Felix. And so you're welcome to invite anyone that you feel can contribute to that space.
Yeah.
Or yes, yes. Yeah, so we have up to 11:45 for you, Felix. So I believe if people also want to learn more about Padi, they can also chip in at this point.
Right, okay. I will say, sorry, I'll say a few things.
Felix.
Yeah. Next year's program, we are moving into the Francophone countries. They've already contacted me, and hopefully it will be a hybrid program. I was chatting with one of the board members, and we thought that, you know, we almost know how things are going to be after Padi, and after the pandemic, sorry. So yeah, next year is going to be a hybrid one. I would love that, you know, many of us could travel to the place and then, you know, be there, get involved. Those who can't, maybe join through, you know, the virtual thing that we are doing. But I would rather, you know, want us to be there in person. And most probably it might be Senegal. Just give me a you know, hairstyle that might be Senegal. Yeah, that's what I could say for now. After this, we'll start the program. You know, I'll start a conversation with them, and then start, you know, shaping it up so that we will get everything up to speed and up to date, and then we'll take it up from there. Right. Okay. Back to you, Doctor. Right. Okay.
Sorry, Doctor. I just want to respond to Felix there. I am in a position where I can actually, I believe, do quite a lot of traveling, and I would love to go to the Franco countries oh my God, whatever we call them. We should call them African countries that speak a funny language because they're French.
Hey, they might not take it lightly. They might take it lightly.
But it would be wonderful to be there and to actually start making a contribution. So, hey, I'm on board. And I think a lot of people would actually support Padi to do this trip and to actually really start getting a United Nations almost, or an African Union of designers. And so there's a lot that we can work on, and I'm really excited about where we're going. So yeah, thanks, Felix. Well, if you want me, hey, I'm getting old now, so you've got to decide.
Hello, Phyllis, are you there? Hello, Phyllis, are you there? Please, if you have questions for Phyllis about Padi, please, you're welcome to type in the text chat, and he will respond to you whilst we are here. Before we move on to the next,
I'm happy if anybody's got questions for Felix. Felix and I work very closely together, so if we've lost Felix, I'm happy to answer questions.
Yes, thank you so much, Prof.
Looks like we're all good.
Okay, all right. So if we are good, then it looks like Prof. Des, you may start your session a little bit earlier, and that gives us more time to actually go into the longer break, and then we can have your session if that's okay.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm good.
Okay.
So I would, first of all, I think am I on video? No? Yes? Am I there? No. Yes, I am. Okay. So guys, I'm just from down south over here. I just want to say thank you for Design Ghana for organizing this event. Thank you for our keynote speaker, Eric, Prof. Eric Usan. I think they were amazing words, and I think that it's something that we should actually bear in mind all the time when we are in Africa and what we're trying to achieve. I think that the idea of Ubuntu has always been amazing. And I really liked Eric's, Felix's response to evidence-based, because I think that is one of the most important things when we're talking about theory, is that you're never going to be taken seriously unless you can have evidence-based program that you can actually say that we've done this we've done this research and this is how it's going to happen. And I want to just talk about one of the things that I found in my international travels, which was Cultivating Design School. And they are sponsored by Nike to the tune of 500,000 euro per year to come up with campaigns and to come up with new shoes and new stuff. And that is a fantastic, in my brain, it's probably the best example of, that practice supports theory and that theory underpins practice. And I think we need to actually embrace that, because it is really quite astonishing, that kind of money that business will put into design. Yes, we're talking Europe, but sure, think of Africa. Just think of the potential that we have to make things happen. So I'm going to share my screen, and then at the end of, there's sort of three parts of this presentation. And I want to show you, share that. Okay, now go away. I can't get to my stuff because this is going in the way. So there we go, finally. All right, and now I've come to the end of my presentation. So I'm going to just put it backwards. Sorry. Okay, and I think that one of the things that I feel is really, really important in an education realm and actually in a business realm and in a professional world, and believe me, I've been involved in both, and I've been involved in so many professional bodies, and we've been talking about where do we go, and I think at this point in time we are so involved in an uncertain future. This to me almost reminds me of Ukraine now. This was done a year ago, but this is what's happening to the world, and this is what we need to actually prepare for. And we need to actually have a look at what's happening. And I must say, I feel so amazingly good about being in Africa because of all of this, for a change. For a change, we are not the center of the poverty, of the conflict, of the fighting, and it's actually on Europe's doorstep. And it makes such a difference for us. But at the same time, let's not forget that we live on this continent that has many of these problems. And we need to work on that, and we need to work on how do we actually combine and how do we embrace. I'm just going to move that out of the way. I don't know if you can see it, but I can, so I'm just moving that out of the way. How do we embrace this change that's happening? Because at present we live in a linear world. We study, we move into a career that we want, we socialize, we have family values, we maintain our comfort zones, we move through maybe one or two career changes. And now as a professional educator, how do we look at this situation, which is going to change quite dramatically in the future? And it's going to actually be, well, I've got to click on the screen, sorry, I'll just mess that one up. You know, we in the past, we had our great-grandparents or even grandparents lived to be 40 years old. And they had one career, they had one function in life, and it was fantastic, and you know it was really great. And then all of a sudden the 20th century came along, and all of a sudden we have divorce, which was a no-no in those days, you know. But tell me, how do you live with a partner for 160 years? Have you thought about that? Because that's what's happening to the youth of today. It's more than likely going to happen. So instead of having this linear path where you went to preschool, you went to primary school, you went to school, you went to university, you got a career, you ticked the boxes and you ended up with your PhD. Now we end up in a situation with how relevant is that kind of situation when we're going to live in a world that is going to change with a cyclic movement, so that we're going to be married maybe 3 or 4 times. Because seriously, can you imagine living with someone for 160 years? I mean, that's hectic, I think. Well, in my brain, that's hectic. I'm so pleased I'm not going to be part of this generation, I must tell you. But anyway, this is how it's going to happen. And educators need to take this into concept and into context, because it means that people are going to change careers, change their lifestyles, etc., and change their values. And that is why we need to actually, as educationists, as professionals within our field, we need to address this, okay? So we need to acknowledge that there is a new era and that we need to prepare careers that are not based on rote learning. And we need to start working towards an education system within the universities that talks about lifelong learning, because people are going to have to reinvent themselves as they go through this process. And they're going to be involved in maybe 10 careers within their lifespan. But the biggest thing is we need to teach people how to think. And that's one of the most amazing things that design does. So I want to really emphasize this, guys. We need to actually look at this new future. We need to look at where we're going and how we're going to make this happen. And I looked at this too, and I went to the World Economic Forum, and this is 2022 Skills Outlook. And it's all about analytical thinking, active learning, creativity, originality, initiative, technology design and programming, critical thinking, complex problem solving, leadership, and emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence, believe me, is it's going to become a massive thing. So let's just look at that and look at the things that are going away. It's all the rote learning. Everything that we teach our kids at school and at university, that you have to pass this exam and that exam, and you have to tick this box, it's all going away. Because if you're teaching people how to do that, you are teaching them to fail in life, because it's no longer important. But because you can get everything off the internet, you can get everything off Google, you can get everything off whatever program that you're working on. You can actually do research. There are so many programs that actually teach all of this stuff. So I think that we've really, this for me is the most important slide. It actually talks about, leadership and social influence. I mean, we're really talking about all the things that we've been talking about in Africa for maybe 50, 60 years, and nobody else has been looking this way, because they are not geared towards this. They are geared towards this, the European system of tick the boxes and this is what you get. So that for me is such an amazing thing to actually understand. So I just want to really share this with you, because if we can actually move our education principles into and we've got it, we just don't have it in the curriculum, but we have it with our innovation. And Felix posted the other day, these kids that are, this one boy that actually designed or redesigned his bicycle into a moped, or into he motorized it. And I mean, wow, that's the kind of people that we produce on this continent, not because they have amazing education, but because they have innovation. And it's because they have problem-solving abilities. And the rest of the world is behind us. Believe me, I promise you, we are the leaders in this field. So we must actually carry this through. And it's so, so important that we actually understand how important we are in terms of being those problem solvers. So the next thing I sort of looked at, and I thought that, and I saw this Michael Fulham said, employers require creative and problem-solving skills and an ability to adapt to changes. And I thought, yeah, actually, that's quite true. I think that is really, it is amazing. So we're talking about problem solvers and ability to adapt to change. Now, how do we put that into an education system so that we can actually talk to the employees and we can actually get back to that thing of underpin practice, practice supports theory. And if we can get to this point, we will find that employees are going to put their ears up, because all of a sudden they came through a bad system. They didn't understand what was going on. And we are now producing people that can think. And we have done it for years, but they didn't understand that. So one of those C's, the 6 C's, the first one, which there was always 4, but the first one, which is a new one, is citizenship. We need to understand that it's important for an individual to be in touch with everything they do, and culturally and community-wise. That is so, so, so important, culturally and community-wise. And that's something, we talk about Ubuntu, we've got it, we've had it. We've got to promote it. We've got to really make it something special. So let's do it. Let's not wait for the next wave. And we mustn't sit back, guys. We're way ahead of the pack. I promise you, we are way ahead of the pack. I've been on 4 international boards, and every time I bring up something, they go, "Oh, that's new. I've never thought about that." we've got it. We've got it because we need it in Africa. We've always needed it. So just imagine that, okay? Creativity and imagination. This is where I think, and these slides actually just talk about the individual and the things that we produce that are flipping innovative in our children. But I'm talking about taking these little objects and going to industry and saying, hey, I know you're not a Nike, but however, if you've got any influence or any emotional or any empathy in your soul, how can we develop this to turn it into something really, really special? So it's, for me, it's just, it's a no-brainer. We've got to take this kind of thing. We've got to market ourselves in a completely different way to tell the world, because the world's looking at us, because they know this is a massive market that's coming. But we're going to lose out again because they're going to come in and swamp it before we even know about it, okay? And then collaboration. We have to share ideas. And the collaboration comes here when we talk to industry and we invite them into the classroom. Because that's the other problem, is that industry actually believes that what we teach is rubbish. And what they actually give out is it makes rands and cents, or it makes dollars and cents. And that's what's important for them, is where's the buck, where's the bottom line? And it's changing because now all of a sudden they're realizing that, hey, hang on a second, we've got to rethink the way that business works. So we must be on the top of that. We really have to be on the top of that so we can actually say we've got the resources, we've got the thinking, we've got the brains within our universities to make this really, really happen, okay? And then critical thinking and problem solving. And this is something that I always talk to my students about, but it comes from industry as well, is how do you draw the line between a success and a failure? And I think we need to actually make sure that we tell people and we make them understand that. And I tell the students, listen, if you're going to be a designer, you have to fail. If you don't fail, you're never going to succeed. You've actually got to be that person that takes the next step. You've got to make a prototype, and if it works, you're really lucky. And then make another one and improve it all the time. This is the Wright brothers. Now imagine if they flew their first plane for 6 meters and it crashed and they went away and said, oh shit, we're never going to fly. It's gone. You know, it's a cock idea. It's not. They actually analyzed it, they questioned the information, and they reinvented it, and they kept on. And that's what design does. That's what we do. And that's why failure is so important. It's to get to that critical thinking, problem-solving moment where you go, whoa, we did it. And that, for me, is also so hugely important, no matter what project you're doing, whether it's lighting, whether it's, you know, it's solving the problem of water, it's looking at a primer stove that falls over and dies instead of killing the whole village. Those are the things that make us unique on the planet. So that, you know, that's really important. And communication is a skill that we all need. We need to talk to each other. We need to actually embrace each other. And this is, again, the Ubuntu thing, you know. So I'm so pleased that that's been mentioned today. And sure, Eric, I really acknowledge and I bow down to you. You know, it's just, these are things that are so important. But we need to actually be able to give our information out in a clear, concise, and meaningful way. And that is not just to students, it's to business. It's not about going there and saying, I'm great. It's about saying, as I think we've, you know, that Felix mentioned, we need evidence-based communication so that we can go there with a plan. It's not a case of going there because we think we're such geniuses. And we can talk to ourselves for the next millennia, but it's not going to help anything for design. But we've got such a massive way of dealing with problems that we need to coordinate all of this and package it into something special. Okay, and then the last one is also a new one in the 6 C's is character education, which is really, really important because we need a world of human connectivity. Because of technology, we've lost that. People are on their cell phones 24/7, or they're on a computer 24/7. And we don't speak to each other, which is losing our cultural heritage. It's losing a lot of things that are so important to us. And I go to restaurants and I'm with my wife, Ingrid, and we sit there and we watch the whole restaurant. And this is on a Friday night. Everybody's on their cell phones. I mean, come on. You go out for dinner to talk to somebody else on a phone. It's crazy. So we really need to address that. And character education in the new world and in universities and actually within industry, there's somewhere where we can actually have a bond together to make things happen. So I believe that there's a lot that we can do there. And then just finally, I wrote a position paper for IFI 21 years ago. Hey, 21 years. This is a long time ago. And these are the things that I put in there. But I'd just like to read you a little bit from the beginning of the paper, which is the background. No matter what development level and what standard of living a nation finds itself, there are many problems in the area of social responsible design to be solved. The problems may vary from place to place, from culture to culture, and may appear to be significantly large in some areas and small in others, but they exist universally. And that's something that we must remember. And as designers, it's something that we can actually work on together with industry, because we can't do it without industry. There's poverty and there's disabled people everywhere. There is illness, not only created by disease and lack of food and clean water, but also caused by lack of basic shelter or badly designed physical environments. This has a serious impact on the psychological and physical well-being of the users of these environments. As interior architects and designers, and that could actually mean designers, not just interior architects, we are experiencing problems related to architecture and design for an aging society. Okay, but that's still about other designers. Never before have there been so many aging people in developing countries. The opposite is true in so-called developing countries, where poverty and disease are reducing the lifespan of the population. It is our responsibility, when appropriate, to use design as a tool to improve the quality of life for all and deal with the problems induced by lack of adequate shelter, space, furniture, tools, and other equipment. And just to end off, sorry, I think I've gone over my time. I'm really sorry about that. But anyway, I've got just 2 slides to show you. We need to make contributions to social design using our abilities as creators and makers, solving physical problems. Okay, but that's not just physical, we said psychological. Achieve new personal knowledge and understanding through intellectual and practical design work. Gain personally by pluralism. That's a crazy thing. 21 years ago, pluralism was a great word. And I looked at it when I was putting this presentation together and I couldn't change it, but I thought, oh, wow, has that changed? Because now I think we can also say that, which we weren't talking about in those days, is that we needed to actually have empathy. And empathy is just so, so important for us. And we need to have broader perspective. We need to support life and human dignity. Human dignity is huge through design. It doesn't have to be interior architecture. So with that, my dear friends, I passed my way across, and if we can, and I really do believe that we can get industry involved, and I've been working on it in South Africa, and I'm sure we can do it across the continent. People, companies, really big companies are willing to actually get involved with designers now, because they realize that the world has changed, and it has, and we are so much more empathetic. We really rely on people's dignity. We are really out there to improve the quality of life for all. So thank you. That's my bit for this webinar. Okay. Sure, I'm done. I don't know if any of that made sense. I hope so. I'm just going to see if there are any questions in the chat. No, I don't think so. Not that I can see. Okay, Dr. Raita, I think I'm finished.
Hello?
Hello? Yeah,
Bob Des, can you hear me?
I can. No,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's great. We had a little bit of internet, connectivity challenge, but that was very good. And we have 16 minutes more for people to ask any questions or contributions for your presentation. And if you have any more remarks, you can still share that. Yes, so the floor is still yours for another.
Okay. I could, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay. I can actually go through the what I said in the I gave the background to the position paper, which, as I said, is 21 years old. I can't believe it because, sure, you know, we've come such a long way, but we haven't come anywhere. And the philosophy behind this was I'm just going to read this because it's something that I think is also quite important. We need to realize that we are all diverse people with different needs. And I think that's another really big thing that we need to actually put in on the agenda. By understanding these needs, designers can make a meaningful contribution to their communities, and social responsible design is no longer an option, it's a necessity. It is our duty to, when needed, to improve the lives of individuals through good design. It has a responsibility to change the perception that design remains the domain of a small segment of the world's population, and that it cannot seriously affect the lives of the majority of people. But what I'm pleased to say, from what I've heard in the last year even, and this conference, this webinar as well, is that we are addressing these issues. And we've gone beyond the Ferraris and the Guccis in design, and we are making meaningful contribution. We know that, and we've just completing a 10% project at Design Center, which I think is, you know, maybe Juliet will speak a little bit more about, but it's been an amazing experience. We've had Belgium students and all sorts of wonderful people here. And we've been solving United Nations sustainability issues, which is a big thing. And I don't think anywhere on the world platform can they compete with Africa. Because I've said it before and I'll say it again, we have always dealt with major issues and major problems. And you know, if I have to wake up in the morning and worry about the Beaver Dam and whether we should put the road on the top or the bottom of it, I think I would die. And it's not a criticism of the first world, if there is such a thing as a first world, by the way. It's a criticism of the inane, complete misception of what the world is about and what life is about. If I have to wake up in the morning and just feel like everything is perfect. It's not. In no one's life is it. But we take these things for granted. And I think in Africa, we have a much more close relationship with our relatives, with our friends, with our ancestors, and with our product, with our craft, with our design, and with our symbolism, and with our signage, and with our graffiti. Not graffiti, I would say, probably wrong word. It's sort of Western. It doesn't appeal to me. The symbolism, the signage that how do we communicate with each other on a flat piece of material? And our craft, no one can beat that. No one across the planet, but we need to combine that with our design methodology to come up with the most amazing things. And then we can take over from the Italians and the Spanish, and they will cry to come to South Africa or to Africa and say, wow, this is what's happening. These guys are doing stuff. And we are different. And then we must acknowledge that. And we must actually work with that. Those are the things that make us so special, is where we're coming from and where we're going to. And we must be proud. That's the big thing too. Be proud, because we're just brilliant. But no one can touch us. My brain. But yeah. And it's cool.
Thank you so
and I
much.
think that's fantastic. So yeah. Also, I must just a little thing. I know Felix posted on the WhatsApp group that we really need to, we always praise all these young designers and ask where they're going to. The latest one Felix posted, which was amazing, was a guy who transformed his bicycle into a motorbike. And I think I mentioned that, but the point is that is something that needs to be acknowledged. And it's not a case of saying, oh, wow, look what we're doing on this continent. It's a case of, okay, now how do we actually support this person to go further? So I'm suggesting well, certainly from my institution, we have now online degrees. Those people don't have to come to Design Center, and I'm willing to actually say, let's give them an opportunity to do a BA degree if they have the right qualifications at school. And they can stay in their own countries, and it's going to cost them nothing to study with us. And I'm sure there are a lot of other institutions that would actually agree with that. So yeah, let's really make a change, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much, Prof. And that was really deep. And we really thank you so much for the inspiration and all the insights that you've given us, and making us realize where the future lies, and we should begin to see how we can support all these young designers and how we can promote their works even further. And I, for example, I'm very excited that we are looking at the online learning spaces as a proximal space, livable proximity, as Manzini will say it, that it's also an opportunity for us to look at that and provide education for people across the continent. So at this point, we thank you. And if there are any questions from the floor, if people have questions to Prof. Des, please type in the chat. Before we go for break, we're going to be taking a 30 minutes break, starting from 12:15. So if you have any questions, contributions, please, we'd like to hear from you. You are welcome to type in the text chat. Yes, Prof. Vishen wants to give some remarks. Prof, over to you.
Right. Thank you. I find your presentation quite interesting and inspiring. And one important thing I want to take home is the issue of the importance of failure. Many at times, teachers or instructors fail to hit on this. And we all the time look at failure as something which should be avoided and out of the question. But as you spoke and I reflect on the importance of creativity, critical thinking, problem solving, you cannot take failure out. And it is failure that provides the bedrock for success. So how will teachers, instructors accept that failure is a necessity in the preparation of the young ones for the future? Because if the young ones fail not to appreciate the importance of failure as a critical learning lesson that they have to go through, it takes away the confidence that gives them the boldness to tackle problems in the community. So for me, I'm carrying home this message of the importance of failure and preparing my students to take risk seriously, forgetting about as to whether they will fail. Because if you don't fail, if you are not given the opportunity to try it again, how will the student master the courage of confronting the uncertainties? If the students are well prepared to accept failure as a necessity in moving forward, then we would have equipped our students with that boldness, that self-esteem, that confidence that the students need most in meeting the uncertainty. So I thank you so much for getting me to revisit the issue of failure as an important component in developing the skills of the 21st century youth. Thank you very much, Prof.
Yep. Well, thank you, because I think that is actually probably the most important thing when we teach in design thinking, whatever you want to call it, but we're talking about creativity, we're talking about problem solving. As we all know, and you know, as lecturers, that the biggest problem we have with students when they come out of school is that they believe everything works on percentages. And if they get a 60%, they start bursting into tears. Because the whole life has been ruled by these weird things called marks. So it's not easy to actually recondition them to say, hey, but at the same time, if you point out, you know, like the Wright brothers, if you point out this was their plane and look what it was a mess. And then maybe go back 200 years and say, look, this guy jumped off a tower with wings. And he didn't make it, he really failed. It's those experiences that make them suddenly realize that, oh, you know, and it's that thing of rethinking, refining, redoing, and going through that whole process of coming to a wonderful end. But it's not easy with young kids because they've been trained to think marks, and all of a sudden they have to think. That's not easy for a lot of them.
Right. Thank you for that, Prof. And really, yes, we need to focus on the outcomes and also the process, not necessarily the marks. And we need to encourage our learners that they should focus on the outcomes and less emphasis on the figures. Yes. So this means that we really need to redesign our learning spaces, redesign our teaching experiences, because learning itself is actually designed, and the way we design the learning experience will actually
Yeah, and we really have to get rid of the Bauhaus. You know, come on, guys. We're in Africa now. Let's create our own Bauhaus. Let's use this incredible talent that we have on this continent to redesign who we are and where we are.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to bring up something I learned whilst I was in college, which has stuck with me, and I think is related to what Professor Des and Professor Shen also highlighted. I mean, in my drawing classes, the lecturer made it very clear that as a student, what I'm supposed to be perfecting at is to make mistakes in class. Is to be making mistakes in class. And I think that actually encouraged me to build confidence and not be afraid to put myself out there. And that the more failures I had, the more I gathered the courage to try again. The more mistakes I was making in class, the more I saw the corrections being given through instructions, and the more I got to see my drawings improving and my ideas improving. And so I think that failure is something that as students or as teachers, we should encourage our students to enjoy and to realize that they are not perfect in themselves. I mean, the design process in itself speaks to how iterative it ought to be, and that at the center of it is to fail, is to get to see that there is a better way to do this that I'm doing. There is something I can add to it. There is something I can subtract from. There is something I can multiply. And that for me is what will build creative confidence in us as Africans. That's what I want to say to add to what has been said. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. And you know, there's something that I'd like to add to that is that when I'm with a group of students, I always tell them, and if we're doing a group project, which, you know, often happens, and when you're in the real world, you're going to be dealing with people. One of the most important things is to tell them that, listen, guys, after the fact that you're not going to come up with the best idea the first time round, and we're going to have to redo it and redo it and redo it, but also understand in this group, we're only as strong as the weakest person in the group. And as a team, we need to work together to make sure that we succeed. And I think that is so, so important as well, because it actually just builds confidence in the whole team, that it's not terrible to be the weakest person in the team, because you might be the best person in writing stuff down. You might be the best person to go and do research. Somebody else is happy to dance on the table. Somebody else is brilliant at drawing within that team. So if you just work together as a team, you start learning. And that brings me to that whole point of the six, you know, centers of the 6 C's of education, is that we need to actually also get away from our cell phones and get back into speaking to each other. It's so, so important. And, you know, I can't emphasize that more, because we've got into this whole thing of we have to do everything online. And we have to be this, and we have to do that. And no, let's talk. Let's communicate. Let's you know, be those people, because that'll also set us up when we get into the big world and into business, where business can also understand that, hey, you know, these people have a voice. They can talk. They're not just the background boys. You know, they are the background girls. They are out there. They can actually think. They can actually do things. And for me, that's hugely important. So thanks for that comment. I completely agree with you. It's a lovely learning experience when you learn, when your lecturers teach you how to fail. if that makes any sense, but you know what I mean.
Thank you so much. We are told we have license to make mistakes when we are in school, and I remember that from profession as well. Yeah, so thanks so much, Prof. If we don't have, do we have any more comments coming in? Does anybody wants to speak? And please, if you like to speak, please raise your hand digitally and we will activate your microphone before we go for a break. We have a lot of time for break now. Yes. Anybody? Okay. Then we will take a lunch break now and come back in about 25 minutes. Yes, so thank you so much for staying with us all through, and we hope to see you back again in the room. Cheers.
Thanks, Dr.
And please, as we are on break, we will be showing the site visit to the Boere village so that those who were not here yesterday can look at the other village and the arts and crafts that they have over there. So if you still have time and you are behind your decks, you can watch. Yes, thank you so much.
So we call this one Ajinisi Ajinisu. That's and one thing about the triple weaving is that when you turn back of the cloth, it looks the same as you see in the face. So it looks difficult to identify which is the back and which is the face. They all have an equal look. And the most work done here is by the fingers or the hand. Compared to the single and the double, you need the assistance of the shuttle to make the designs look goes faster. So when you come over here, the hand or the fingers do the most work. So it takes more time in completing this weaving. Like I said, in the single weaving, it will take you like 2 weeks. In the double, it will take you like a month and more. And when you come to the double weaving, it sometimes take like 2 months, 3 months, and sometimes even there are some patterns that take over 8 months to a year to complete the full cloth of that pattern. So this particular pattern here is what we call as the Ajinisi Ajinisu. When we say Ajinisi Ajinisu, we say design on design. The Ajini in the kente weaving is what refers to us as the design. So from this design, you'll be going to another design. The whitest color serves as the boundary between one design and the other. So from one design, you'll be going to another design. And like I said, every kente has a name, so has a cultural meaning, so has the designs involved. So over this year, we call this one Fehia Cultural Ajimai. That's from here to that end, Fehia Cultural Ajimai. There was one king in Asante by name Nana Ajimai Prempe. And during his era, the weavers were encountering financial problems. So they decided to create this particular weaving to show the chief that they are in need. So they should come to their assistant, that's the Fehia Cultural Ajimai. Then we have the next one, we call it Addition Soma, that's the royal star. It means anywhere they are, they shine. It doesn't matter where you are being from or whatever, anywhere you are, you come up with a fine color. So that's how the weaving looks like. We have different types of the weaving over here. We have what we call as the Ebusian Yedom. This is one of the patterns of the Ebusian Yedom. I wish I would have had the rare Ebusian Yedom pattern over here to show you how it looks like. That particular cloth has 2 names. You can call it Ebusian Yedom or Wahenia Froshin. That was the cloth that was being used by Nanase Ajimai Prempe when he was captured to the Sachi Island. So we created that pattern to show us an honor to his departure. So Wahenia Froshin. Then we have what we call as Ajinia Sen. And this is one of the samples of the Ajinia Sen. It's mostly defined as one of the traditional patterns in the industry. When we say Ajinia Sen, during in the olden days, when our forefathers have been able to create numerous of the design, it came to their mind that there wouldn't be any design to be created. So they combine most of the designs into one particular pot and they name it the end of all designs. That's the ultimate one. So we say Ajini Asa, the end of all designs. The fatia consists of 5 solid designs. And if being arranged systematically as I am holding here, then you can call it fatia. By mistakenly, you omit one of the designs from here, the name will change. It will be no more fatia. It will change to a different cloth. So let's come to see the designs involved. From here to this end, we call it Motwa. From here to this end, we call it Motwa. Motwa means I've offended my brother, but I can't go directly to seek for an apologize. I have to consult a third party, someone who is higher than me, to intervene on my behalf. That's what you call as in Motwa. So when you come to Asante here, we have some chiefs, we call it Jatwa Hene. Yeah, so that's the meaning of that pattern. Then we have from here to this end, we call it apremo. Apremo shows a sign of authority or power. That's how the apremo also means. Then we have the next one to be babedua. Babedua refers to a strength. There are some plants in the forest when our parents give birth to the younger ones, like the baobab trees, they will cut the branches and the leaves, soak into water. They will use the water to bath the younger ones, having in mind they will grow up without being attached by any sicknesses and other stuff. So that's how the end design looks like. So every kente has an end design, so as a middle design. So from here to this end is the end design of the fatia. So the end design consists of 3 designs. Then you come to the middle design. So this is the middle design. The middle design of the fatia also has 2 designs involved. We have what we call as the impuankron, that's the 9 bolts. Then we have what we call as the chinchin, that taking so many ways to reach a destination. So like I said, there is a lot in the kente industry. The kente is full of history and philosophy. Every pattern you take has a meaning to it. We have different products that is being made from kente. We have some to be bars, others to be smothered, the batakari, and then we have also have the slippers. We have some people who are more fascinated into the kente industry, but maybe their budget cannot afford the kente cloth. So we have made it in the simplest form that even if you have a little, you can get a product from kente. That's why we have made the slippers and the bags and the other stuff.
So can anyone at all come for a customized one?
Yeah, we do customize kente for anybody depending on how you want it to be.
Wow, continue, Michelle said 30 years. She continued as 30 years. Oh, because there be Museum and my association. Oh, okay. And 1 year, you may, and 1 year, you may continue one different pattern. Come up. Said you were names continue your book and Tidia, baby, and Palanca to a panny frap. Yakuni and Tuma, our Mufra, and Tino, and Yajuma, and one, a boy, Mamma Tina, Abu Sabi, Yajuma, Nanum, a dear giant, he said, we really nothing, a woo, yeah. You say we don't push him. You don't pen so now walk to our corner say, but with the baby now, what you have to make a car. Indeed, a honey, I wanted it. And Polano, it is near the and it been so, and you want has a
Ever wonder why so many people say they want?
Hello. Welcome back, everybody.
It can be hard to get your big idea started.
Is everyone here? If you are ready to go, please raise your hand. And we'll be starting the next session with Juliet at 12:55. Hi, Juliet. Nice to see you. And thank you very much for joining us. Yeah, thank you so much. So I would like to introduce Juliet, and Juliet will tell us a little bit more about herself, her work, what she does, and she will share with us experiences about design. So Juliet, over to you if you're ready, and we would like you to show your video for us so that we can enjoy the presentation as we also watch you on screen as well. Thank you so much, Juliet. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. So based on time, I'll just give a quick intro when it comes to myself, what I do and my interests, and I'll jump in to the presentation. I am a practicing interior architect. I qualified in South Africa, but I practiced all over the world. So I've had a global look and a global practical experience when it comes to interior design and architecture. I'm also an educator, so I also teach interior design and architectural theory. And I'm also one of the jurors of one of the top design competitions in South Africa. So I have a wealth of experience, and I pray my insight into this, what I would call a provocative topic. Let me just share my screen. Will inspire us all. Great. So theory underpins practice as practice supports theory. Prof. Erika Schön mentioned that this was quite a provocative topic. It's quite innovative, but it's also cyclical in the way that we think about how we teach design, and those of us who are in the industry and actually practice it, and that which influences us. So I took it upon myself to maybe, instead of looking at it as a cyclical process, more like a merging of the two in order to potentially unpack the successes of, the merging of practice and theory, or is it utopia? Is it something that's inaccessible when it comes to design? As educators, we are familiar with the term praxis. And this is where we hope that theoretical analysis, which then forms future theories, enlightened practical application. But in the same breath, the transformation and the changing of our environments and our human nature, thus informing practice, we can then go back to understanding the theory that, informed some of our practical decisions within the various design industries. So I then looked at the timeline of architectural and design, all design theory and moments in histories and points in history. And I decided to tackle that which happened within the past 100 years and maybe show examples of a successful iteration where theory did support practice and vice versa, and then maybe come back to, circle back to the continent and see what is currently happening on the contemporary space when it comes to African design. So what is modernism? Gerrit Redfield's ever so popular Schroeder House was the poster child for modernism. It was a balance of beauty and utility. This was an era where there was a world war that was happening in Europe, and this discard for the excessive in order to create more considered design started. And in a recently published book of essays called The Black Experience in Design, there is a Black designer who then stated that, you know, in Aldous Lewis's treatise called, you know, Ornament is a Crime, he decried excessive ornamentation. He saw it as primitive and degenerate. But if we think about what was happening in the early 1900s and the 1920s, there was a lot of exploration by the Europeans to different parts of the world. They were being exposed to what I would, you know, claim is African artifacts, African art, African design, and bringing it back to Europe. And in as much as we can look back at modernism and claim it to be this kind of pillar and switch in design theory and design praxis, was this an kind of like a bashment or a abhorrent nature towards that which was considered primitive in Europe, but as Africans we deemed to be precious and part of our own lexicon and ritual and culture. Then I would like to move to minimalism. So minimalism then was a reaction against modernism. So stripping modernism further down and removing storytelling, removing metaphor from that which we considered to be interesting art and design. Again, just focusing on materiality, focusing on the purity of space, pure implying white space, implying sleek, implying, you know, hard materials like glass and steel. But then when I look back at the minimalist movement then, and the resurgence of the minimalist movement in our contemporary times, I wonder, is minimalism a technology for hiding complexity? Okay, so in these minimalistic systems, what is powering minimalist design? What is powering minimalist technology? And, you know, the classic white space, floor to ceiling cupboards, and then you open the cupboards and you have a fully fledged kitchen with pots and pans, and, you know, you actually see that a human being exists in the space. It's no longer just this white space, but it's a place that is inhabited by a human who has their own ritual. What is minimalism then? What was minimalism then? What is it now? And how are we utilizing it as Africans? Again, posing that question, is minimalism technology for hiding complexity? So just a point of thought that we can, you know, unpack later. So then we then move into the theory of neotenic design. So neotenic design is quite young. It was mentioned in blogs and design magazines in 2019, but really came into full-fledged force in 2020 during the pandemic. And, you know, it was a retention of juvenile, you know, shapes within furniture design, within interior design, within architecture. And it was, you know, this idea of altering how we feel in a space. We have been in various levels of lockdown. We've been in various levels of isolation and panic. Do we want to inhabit spaces that then promote an edginess, or rather are welcoming and promote a practice that reduces anxiety and stress. So what do these interior spaces look like now? What does architecture and product design look like now in the latest trend of neotenic design? Soft curves, soft spaces, articulation of materiality. And then you look further into what is happening on the African continent, what our artifacts actually look like, what they were in reference to. It was always in reference to how the human being uses object and space, thus reducing anxiety and stress. This vast collection by the South African designers Beaufred really leans into that neotenic design that we are familiar with globally as a design trend, but brings in an African flair, which then adds another layer of excitement to what we consider is, you know, a successful approach to practice and theory overlapping and creating a really considered design product. One of the stress points that we like to state in most of our design lectures and classes is that critical regionalism, also known as contextual design, becomes very important when designing on the continent, specifically Africa. So we've seen examples of European theory and that application and, you know, as Felix said, evidence-based design practice, illustrating successful theoretical application. But then what are we doing on the continent? What is happening in the global south? Are we really responding to our climatic conditions? Are we responding to our inherent rituals? Are we considering our region? I'd like to stray away often from the term vernacular and rather use contextual when it comes to the global south, because vernacular is then laden with, you know, the idea of primitive and, you know, it's derogatory, for lack of a better word. So critical regionalism is a cultural strategy, freeing itself from all forms of universality. So in previous theoretical learnings, modernism, brutalism, cubism, all sat within a space and time and dealt with a particular theory, and there was a resultant of it. But then what critical regionalism did, starting from the 1980s, was look back at all these theories and how architects and designers were practicing and said, well, hold up, we can't all be producing the same kind of design because we live in different contexts. And in that very nature will then cause us to not create a universal look to design, but rather a regional look to design. Critical regionalism has 5 pillars, that being the human experience, the idea of place and placemaking, the architectonics and materiality, the nature in which buildings and designs inhabit, nature and environment, and the tactility and usage of a space. There's this one project in Todos Santos in Mexico by Yektaho and Valdez Architects, and it's called the Paradero Hotel. And they have successfully created a visual language and such a poetic, how would I put it? A poetic example of successful design. One isn't beholden to the theories that have been passed down, but rather we are beholden to the ancestral knowledge, the oral literature, the learnings from the environment that our ancestors inhabited and walked upon that exact earth. What are we learning from that environment? And these architects were really successful in utilizing materials that are a reflection of the environment. So the building sits within the environment and is engulfed by the environment, as opposed to standing out like a sore thumb, as an homage to an architect's ego and a designer's ego, but rather respecting the land in which it treads on and it inhabits. I will end this lecture in Ghana. And I felt that we can't talk about praxis without mentioning, some of the influences that we have received as global designers from Ghana specifically, and the written knowledge and the practices and patterns that are now popular globally. But then how do we as designers, with a contemporary upbringing, a contemporary approach to design, really tap into our indigenous knowledge systems? As associates in Ghana, are building this national cathedral in Accra. And David Adju, the principal architect, mentioned that unity, harmony, and spirituality or omnipresence were some of the tenets that he used in order to come up with the conceptual design for the cathedral, not only on a 3D level, but even in the planning of the cathedral and in understanding the religion and the religious practices, but really also paying an homage to the indigenous people that inhabited Accra. I went back and looked at the Andikra symbols for unity, harmony, and omnipresence. And I'm glad that the previous, kind of slits in between the different talks since Wednesday, we've gotten an example of people who sell the fabrics, dye the fabrics, work on the printing of the fabrics, and use these symbols to create patterns, to then come back and see how an architect has used the same indigenous knowledge system, font, and language as a conceptual offshoot. So we can look at the plan and immediately see how the plan and its layout and programming really lean into the idea of harmony and unity and omnipresence, also known as spirituality. And then looking at this section as well, and also the organic shapes, considering the temperature, considering the climate, considering the considerations in terms of sustainable design, and how even using these symbols to create space in plan section and elevation leans again to sustainable design theories, leans again to what we are yet to identify as an African design theory. And I say we are yet to identify an African design theory because Africa consists of a myriad and a colorful people. There are thousands of languages that are spoken on this beautiful continent of ours. There are thousands of tribes and practices, which each individual tribe and practice has a way of articulating their idea of design expression within their artifacts, within their architecture. And it becomes this cyclical process of forever learning and forever understanding that which is inherently within us and teaching that to our students, but also, as Felix said, going back and seeing if we are able to apply these theories, has there been a success? Would we want to see the emergence of an African design theory? Would we want to see the emergence of a North, South, East, West African design theory? This is something that I would push towards us as designers and researchers to get cracking on if we aren't already. But I would like to end with this quote that architectural theory or design theory is seen as the staging post, the provisional place of reflection, and a continuous project. Never ends, it's continuous. It's omnipresent. Every designer, knowingly or not, uses some intersection of theory every time they design, they document, they discuss, or they speculate. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you so much, Juliet. And that was really, really amazing. And you've really given us such an amazing insight into architectural designs and how inspiration is drawn from our local context and how that kind of inspiration influences the design that we put out there. And that was really, really good. Thank you so much. We suggested that we will allow the participants to note their questions down so that in the end we can discuss all the questions together from the other two speakers so that that gives us a very nice discussion in the end. And I hope that is also fine with you, Juliet.
Yes, that's fine with me. I do have a hard out at some point, but I'll also be listening to the other speakers because I'm learning quite a lot. So I look forward to whatever questions people have, and I'll be available.
All right, thank you so much, Juliet. Yeah, so our next speaker, we would like to invite you to the floor so that you share some insight from your side to us as well. And yeah, so over to you. Thank you so much for joining us all the way from Canada. And we know that you've been up early. So we would like to hear from you. So over to you, Prof. Tegun.
Thank you so much.
Please tell us a little bit more
about It's a pleasure to be here.
Yes.
It's a pleasure to be here, to be in the company of people like Juliet and Des. I just listened to the presentations that they made, and it's really inspiring. So I'm going to try share my screen now before going on so that I can show and tell as I do speak. So hopefully everything works from my end. Can you see the exhibition poster on screen? Yes?
Yes, it's loading from our side.
Wonderful. So I'm going to start from here and introduce myself as I go using visuals so that people know where I've been and how I've come to this place. First, I acknowledge that I'm standing on ancestral lands, Treaty 1 territory, traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota, and Dene peoples on the homeland of the Métis Nation. This is important because it's a step towards reconciliation between the peoples who were originally here and the settlers. I also acknowledge that I'm standing on the shoulders of those who preceded us centuries before our lands, that is referring to Africa, and our minds were turned west. Today, I take one more step to reclaim my indigenous Yoruba, Nigerian, African identity, and I hope that others do so as we develop a new system. Theory underpins practice, as practice supports theory. For me, I think it's very easy to just start with my summary rather than put it at the end. Some questions lead to more questions, but in the end, there must be some action that we want people to take. In life, we don't go around looking for solutions and not using them. And we're not just looking for answers for the sake of looking for answers. We must provide answers sometimes ourselves. So this is where our theory then fuels solutions in our practice. And as we develop more, then we go back and do it again and again and again. And that's how the journey has been for me. Yes, at one time, every book was Western on my shelf, as you can see behind, well, you can't see now because I have a screen. I read about type, I read about typography, design literacy, everything, all very important, and they still have their place. And of course, living in the West and working in the West, I did a lot of work that basically did not reflect my indigenous African, Nigerian, Yoruba background, as you can see. And after a while, some questions started coming up. But now my shelf itself is starting to change to reflect a little more of the kind of research that I'm doing now that's fueling the practice. So yes, questions and questions must end in action. After I posted this image on Instagram, even one kid, a 6-year-old, wrote to a pharmacy and asked, why don't we have skin tone Band-Aids, plasters on your shelves? Just that one action got that pharmacy to reconsider and carry flesh tone bandages. Sometimes our design is not on paper, it's activism. And activism can produce results that we did not expect. But when it's thought through and it's well planned, we get desired results. And so in some cases, there's a lot of experimentation. And my path has taken me down to where I actually work with a lot of community groups. It takes a lot of training. It takes a lot of teaching. It takes a lot of sharing knowledge with them. In this case, I'm going to show one example of where theory and practice meet. And I thank you, Juliet, for your presentation, because there was something in the middle there that is so important, praxis. So I looked at what they had done before, went to do my research, studied photographs of villages, towns, peoples, looked at thousands of photos. One thing jumped out, lines of communication. A line of communication is that path, that street, that road that links us from place to place. It encourages storytelling. If you ever go to a village in Nigeria and you ask for direction, it is a story in itself. They will tell you, when you get to where the big tree is, make a left. And you walk until you get to where the market is. Don't go through the market, take the road by the side of the market. It's a story. So these lines connect us, whether it's through stories, whether it's through actual places. So I chose to retain a line as one of the elements in this design. And of course, in Africa, we have a landmass. We have several islands around us that we call Africa. It is our home, it's our continent. I wouldn't want to lose that in this situation because this is an African communities organization. And then of course, another element that jumped out in this research was a circle. What is a circle? The circle is that enclosure. It's the footprint of a round hut. It's the place that protects us. We're together in community. So if you want to describe a place, you say, all of you live in the same place, have just encircled us. We are all on this call. That circle is a prominent shape that shows up in our stories, whether it's visual stories or descriptions. And so what does it mean to combine these in a beautiful not ornamental, but bringing it all together in a way that it makes sense. Well, our lines are never dull. You go all over Africa, you see lines that are drawn and shaped, and inside the lines, you find other decorations and motifs that form part of that visual storytelling that we carry. So our line in our research has become this beautiful pattern line. And of course, we have the opportunity to decorate our home, Africa. So this is what we did. Our interpretation of this landmass is not just Black. It is taking all those elements that you find in common as you go around Africa, from Indibele signs to circles around the kente fabric motifs, to calabash carvings in Yoruba land and northern Nigeria. And I combined all these pieces from every part of Africa and looked for the common ones. And that's what we use to decorate our continent. And then what about the circle? A circle, that enclosure, becomes a pattern that's continuously regenerated. Generation after generation, we're encircled in that enclosure, in that space that we'll call community. And in the final motif, the final stem, we have this beautiful piece that we call a logo for the African communities in Manitoba. And of course, the rest is history. Now it becomes the thing that goes on the websites, posters, and everything that they do, as you can see. And we decorated the words again with those patterns, goes on t-shirts. And that was one project to show how theory then becomes practice. And maybe in another year or two, we'll go back and do something else. So I put that aside for a moment. What do I consider my life work? My life work right now is to find and collect and curate stories of Yoruba people. I grew up in Nigeria, went to English schools. Throughout my life there, I was never encouraged to read the language. I was not able to read it. I could only speak some of it. When this project became live, I realized I knew nothing about my own culture. So the African designer, the African educator would have to reflect again on that culture that gave birth to not just the continent, but the peoples on the continent. And what knowledge systems do we want to preserve? Frankly, not everything would we want to preserve because some are detrimental to our growth. But yes, culture is adaptable. So let's go back and look at those cultures. So in my work, one guiding principle has been, and I would read this in Yoruba, it says, Odo tí ó bá gbàgbé orísun rẹ̀ yóò gbẹ, meaning a river that forgets its source will dry up. We do not want our knowledge systems to dry up. Therefore, we're going to have to create our own theories, maybe synthesize our theories with those that already exist, that we have learned from other sources, and use those to preserve in a digital age what we once held as oral stories. There is no place for only oral stories right now because they can change, they can die. And one of the ways that we can keep our stories alive and our knowledge systems alive and our theories alive and our motifs alive is to now start digitizing. So I'm collecting the stories from different sources and looking at the places where people live, how they live, what are the important ceremonies in their life? What are the things that make them who they are? And then, of course, I stumble back to the recording of the language in written form. where once the big presses would have had type to produce books and to do all these wonderful things, today we're limited in our expression because we don't have all the accents and diacritics that we need to write the language and communicate properly. So this is one of the major areas where I'm interested in right now in my practice. And I'm looking and learning what exactly are the names of days and weeks and months. How do they count? These are things that I personally missed. But if you ask somebody who knows the language, they'll write it off. And to them, it's second nature, and they don't understand that this needs to be preserved. So you go to a place like Lagos today, you find a family that is both parents are Yoruba and all their children speak English and do not understand Yoruba. That's just an example. You go to the east, the same thing is happening in Igbo land. You go to the north, the same thing is happening. We have to recapture our expressions to understand fully who we are and what we do. What does it mean to be that person that came from, say, Zimbabwe? This is not just a Yoruba problem. In fact, reading articles before preparing these posters helped me understand that it's a general problem. A South African writer had written about the loss of language and she listed them. I shook my head because the same thing is happening all over the world. So are we going to sit and just watch? So I'm not going to do that in my practice. I'm going to collect whatever I can, record whatever I can, and help interpret again these things before we lose them all. So gathering and preserving the oral histories and making them into digital forms, whether it's short clips, whether it's books, whether it's pamphlets and posters and shareable objects, I want to do that and collect these personal stories because the personal is universal and the universal is personal. And I want to collect the images and preserve them before we lose them all from all Yoruba people around the world. And that is my mission now. And this is where I'll stop and say once again, yes, theory should inform practice. And then we go back again with our practice and look at the theory. And we'll have that complete circle that will keep going over and improving our lives. So I'll stop here. Thank you. And I'll take questions when it's time.
All right, thank you so much. A digital round of applause for Prof. And we really thank you so much for this and drawing our attention to the fact that we really need to preserve our local culture and capture the stories. And one thing that really excited me was when you said, okay, when you come to West Africa or Nigeria and you have to show someone a place to go, it's a whole story because we have the same here. We'll go straight, there's a plantain seller on the right, and when you turn left, you find a blue kiosk. So that is really storytelling. And no matter how you see it, it also forces the navigator to engage with people as they go along the way. And for each person you meet, you pick up a story that can actually be shared at the end of your journey. So that really tells us about the line that connects all of us. And we really appreciate you and we appreciate your presentation. And of course, please, participants, keep your questions coming. We'll take it all together at the end. So at this point, I would like to invite Jogi to join us if you are there. Yes, thank you so much, Prof. So, Prof. Des, you want to speak now?
I just wanted to say that this is a wonderful proverb from Africa that when an elder dies, a library burns. And I think we need to actually acknowledge and stop that. We need to actually take that knowledge and we need to actually really take it further. But that for me is such an incredible saying. So, you know, wow. And wonderful, wonderful. I love that talk. Thank you so much. I really, it was fantastic. But yes, let's look after our elders as well, because we're not in a position where we can actually digitize everybody. We need to actually get hold of that communication before it's gone forever. And oh, there's so much there.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Prof. Des, and we really appreciate you as well. So please keep your comments coming, and we would like to invite Mohammed Yogi, if you're ready. Mohammed, the floor is all yours. And please tell us about your work and what you are also busy with, and we are ready to listen to your insights as well. So Mohammed, if you're ready, over to you.
Greetings, Dr. Ali. It's an honor and extremely humbling experience to be here today. You can hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you, and nice to see you.
Nice to see your smiling face too. I'm humbled and honored to be amongst greats like Prof. Seguna. I think as he opened, I'd like to give thanks. I'd like to give thanks to the mother continent that we all call our Earth Mother. I'd like to give thanks to the First Nations of the place that we're currently in, the Tsetswana people, the Sotho people, the isiZulu people, the Ndebele people. We all of our veins that carry our blood to our hearts connect to this continent, the mother continent, Africa. Every single one of us gives homage to Africa. And what is particularly inspiring for me, Dr. Ali, and all the esteemed people on this panel and everybody else that's joined this webinar and the session today, is that we celebrate Africa. So, Dr. Ali, with your permission, as I was working through the content, I was like, I don't know if I'm qualified to be able to express everything that needs to be expressed. So I would like, with your permission, to call upon elders. And the first video I'd like to play is by the late, great Sanusi, Dr. Credo Mutwa, who penned a wonderful book called Indaba, My Children. And I guess that what I'm wanting to say is it's pretty amazing that Prof. Segun's journey is very similar to mine in terms of the practice experience. Like we were taught, Dutch design, Western design, and all of that wonderful stuff. And here we are, and I encourage my students and everybody I encounter is like, hey, let's just kind of draw on what we have and see what value we can get from it. So with your permission, I'm just going to play 2 videos. I thought that these greats do a better job of explaining what needs to be explained. So I'm going to share screen. If you can just tell me if you can see my screen okay. Let's do this real quick. So I'm going to shut off my ugly face for a minute and just
beautiful face.
You're too kind. Oh goodness, system preference. Sorry, this is a little Mac thing that's. I'm going to have to apparently quit and come back in. So apologies.
No problem. No, take your time. Thanks. Question. Hello, Sasha. Yes, we have Mohammed speaking. He's simply reconnecting and we will be back here in the room. Thanks so much for your patience. Wow. And we have some Ghana chocolate on screen from Prof. Segun. Well done.
I got this through a relative in Ghana, so I'm cherishing it.
Beautiful.
Down to the last bar now.
Yes, yes, yes. From the West, and the best is coming from the West. Maybe for this, we have to get you some Ghana coffee kind of chocolate as well.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yes. So hopefully the next time we come over, we will bring you some more of Ghana chocolate and artifact and the stories around that as well.
Oh, that'll be wonderful.
Yeah, now I'm feeling very jealous and feeling very second rate.
Yes. He has the king's bite. The king's bite.
Yeah, made in Ghana. Anyway, Mohammed is back.
Yes, welcome back, Mohammed. Yes, and this only happens in Africa, webinars, because we are a family and the Ubuntu thing keeps going, So yeah, thanks so much for sharing the King's by Chocolate and welcome back, Mo.
Thank you.
So Mo, are you ready?
Yes, thank you.
All right.
How does the saying go? Umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu, right? We are people. We are who we are because of people, right? People are people because of people, right? So anyway, I'd like to start by sharing some of the wisdoms of the late great Credo Mutua, if I may. And hopefully the screen share is going to work now. If the ancestors smile kindly on us. You can see my screen, okay? Dr. Rani, can you confirm if you can see my screen?
Yes, please. We can see your screen.
Cool.
Yes. The Credo Mutua Cultural Village.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This place is no mere a museum or a tourist attraction. It is a holy place where African cultures, religions, and indigenous science are preserved and recorded in picture and sculpture forms. All liars, fools, skeptics, and atheists must be skipped out. My name is Lebohang Wahasillo, who works here as the guidance of the place, the cultural village. I started to come in this village when I was 7 years old. We used to come and play drums for the Matasan and Tate Kreromota. Then as you grow up, life changes and I had to go and venture on other things. We have 3 beautiful sculptures which represents our prayer as Africans before missionaries came into Africa to introduce the Western Christianity carrying a Bible in the can. We have the sculpture of the Mother Nature, the Earth Mother, the first woman to live and give birth in this nature, carrying a spear, which was the first weapon which was given to an African man to protect the motherland. Hence, we've got an idiom in Sesotho that says, "Me otshwara thipa ka bohale." Next to the mother, it's got the father, the one that we call in many names. We say Jehovah, Allah, Hare Krishna, Mudimu, Nkulunkulu, whatever. But at the end of the day, we speak about one spirit, one character. Next to him, it's got the Son, the one the Christians are calling him. During the Old Testament, they would call him Angel Gabriel, the Son of God. The New Testament and King James Version says Jesus Christ is the Son and the Angel of God. We, the Africans, we call him the Traveler, Motsamai, Omohambi.
Credo mode. Kiana I intend to say it's more open hammer, say the twanto say the bonamo. And then twanto tell the bonsa and Kauro, Halahalo, Kidaba, the Pofolo Tigua. I want to live to pay the pay before Fika Jesu Cresto, no Ligo and Gabo. No but two. And then Yaron told Ligo here. Saturday. Before 76 June, Abu Akredo Motare, Kilori Leman. Fermoy and our Lori Lenare, Kilori Madia to Alibutin. The Libutin, Halagina Scabawa to Fala. Why are Lori? What's all my dear Butin? Yarrato one two. One odd you are 76 16, if you come 17. Also, never to Babangata from 1976, so Kuru Fisha body 80 something. Said India too, Samara, Kauru, Udi Island, said Letem should be the Kamasho. As Anna gets well, because in Kinenseki answer the Sabuna, the Hey, Unalebudi Lady Tina saw Samola, Unale, Teddy King broke. Bronchotorres, something like that. Bronchotorres. It's now Utola Mona Karikensen, you can say Kapi and say Chimu, Momlale, and say Kapi, Semu. Or again to Sahale.
So, Dr. Ali, we acknowledge Goko Credo Mutwa, a great Sanusi and a great wise man who kind of inspires more than what we were taught in art school, in my opinion. Very similar to what other speakers have said. But for us to be truly respectful and acknowledge our roots, I think, if I may, with your permission, give credence to the queen of design from our part of the world, none other than Mama Dr. Esther Mahlangu. So with your permission, I'd like to share with you this story.
Als misschien maakt roeilof, moet verf. Ja, hij is verf. Dat die mensen kan zien, hij is geleerde kind om te verven. Dan de familie. Als je begint verf daar je eerste huis, wat je eerste huis daar is je man. Als je begint verf, de familie, hij komt kijken. Of is je geleerde kind of wat. Als je lijn niet straight is, niet, dan misschien willen ze, hij moet dat meisje gaat erop, wat niks weet, ze kan niet verf niet. Als daar je denkt wat mij gaat maken, dat ik weet, lang al, dat was die vrouw zijn werk. Die man heeft niet geverfd lang al. Maar nou, want die vrouw, ik kan de man zijn werk doen. De man, ik kan de vrouw zijn werk doen. Ja, dat is het wat ons, hoe zou ik nu zeggen, dat is het wat ons gaat krijgen als ons wakker wordt. Met oma. Je kan zien, als je denkt weg is, je hart is oop, is blij. Als daar je denkt wat je doet, dat je niet recht is, je hart is verschropt. Nee, ik wil niet meer kaartje laten mijn kaartje doodgaan. Mijn kaartje moet leven. Die kinderen zullen moeten weten waar komen ze aan gaan. En moet weten, die verfwerk, hoe belangrijk is dat. Nee, zoals nou, is niet meer zo zwaar voor mij. En ik begin toch, want je weet, ik begin toch. Nou, die hand is, mijn hand, ik weet wat maak ik.
Ja, zie je dat? Ja, ik denk op zijn
Ja, als ik iets begin te doen, ik weet wat ga ik maken. Ik is ook blij voor haar verf.
Je is blij met het.
Ja, mijn hart is tevreden.
En de zwaar. Dankie vir jou tyd vandag en vir my 'n eer om by jou te wees.
Okay, dankie.
So with that, of course, comes this whole question of anonymity, and especially when it comes to, I think my sister Juliet touched on that, when it comes to African expression in design. And if I may play one more video, and the reason I'm doing this is I think this expresses better than I can in this lifetime anyway, the rich experience and the rich heritage that we should be drawing from when it comes to theory that informs design, both from an educational perspective, in my view, Dr. Ali, as well as from a practice perspective. And I think a lot of us as designers in practice battle with this concept of being fed, and I think to this day still being fed Western ideals in the interpretation of visual expression. Not that there's anything wrong with Western ideals in expression, but the thing, and we do it well, but nobody can dance and sing and make music, and the vibe and the energy that is Africa, you will never find anywhere else in the world. And I stand by that, and I'm quite sure many people on this call stand by that. So I think when you look at something like Zulu beadwork, which is absolutely beautiful too, I think this next story kind of shares or expresses that more broadly.
Skandi Hub. It's about big Muslim too, Muslim father, Muslim. This is nature. Girl, I want us to take walks in the park, throw holding hands in the dark, pants with my years. Mengicabanga ngawo ngifikela enyembeni sekuphele nenyanga nokwangca uyisanda ngakaspeli. Since I eliminated you when love's faded, I can never fake it. I'm so all alone on my own, even though I've made it. Ithanda no more wasemakhaya uyiphoyisenge namanzi with my jacket more was ubheka ukuthi nokhala ngeke wathatha malobona ngizokweleta usibani like Shimaki neFerrari shada in a hurry bafethu ngisothandweni nentombi elali ukudla ngene ukuthoka ngifike ebusuku angilali ngeke intando ngiyifise sifonele nabazali ufuna ukukhipha sehostel amanina nenhloko sidla amagwenya sefise ngesikhathi. So let me check my job. I'm leaving my lady coming back home to Germany. Simple man, I wanted your bitch, but my time and that's home. I was about 4 jam, I'm cocktail out 7. Hi, let me introduce myself. I represent the
So, Dr. Ali, what we see starting to happen then is us being, as Africans, able to embrace who we are. And I'd like to share one exciting project that starts to inspire a different type of conversation. And this is called Isibekwe, or Ditema Tsadinoko in Sesotho. And essentially what this attempt is to what Prof. Segun was talking about earlier, is a redefinition of the way languages are expressed and spoken. Because, for example, we have cliques that the Roman alphabet just doesn't cater for. And we're starting to see the emergence and the expression of that, where we had African wisdoms and African knowledge systems suppressed by the colonial enterprise. And I think we are fully aware that the colonial or the neo-colonial enterprise is as pernicious, I guess, as, if not more so, than the colonial enterprise. And we need to guard against that. But I think the thing that excites me is, firstly, I'm very humbled to be able to be embraced by the bosom of Mother Africa, as all of us do. And I think the work that Padi does and the work that Design Ghana is doing right now at this very moment is of such huge importance and value. And I'm hopeful. I didn't want this to be like what I'm doing. I think it was very much one of giving thanks to the amazing people that have created this, giving thanks to Mother Africa, and hopefully what emerges out of this is a body of knowledge, a theory, a body of information that not only inspires, but kind of gives direction to design practice, so that, we're not necessarily just mimicking what is coming from Europe and other parts of the world. And with that, I give thanks to you for allowing me to share my thoughts. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mugi. And that was really a very informative one, and taking us through the journey to South Africa for us to see Mama Esther as well. And all the wonderful insights you're giving us is also very, very good for us and adds to all the conversation that we have today. So we would like to invite comments from the floor and also from all participants present. And at this point, I would like to hand over to Prof. Eric Francis Eshen to moderate the question sessions. Thank you very much for being here with us.
Thank you. Hello and good afternoon out there. I think I'm just being filled to the brim as to what I have seen and heard. I would like to express my profound gratitude to Des, to Segun, to Juliet, and to Mo for your wonderful presentations and giving us food for thought. And I want to believe all those who have tuned in or on the platform now, what I've experienced since 2 days ago, what we started showing, the worth, the gargantuan nature of the resources that we have at our disposal as Africans today, that if we can look back at the resources that have been bequeathed to us by our ancestors, how do we revolutionize our thinking to be able to make an impact on the future? As Mo just said, how do we change the mentality that have been bestowed onto us, that has taken us away, and as Segun said, has turned us to the West? When we remain the central, Africa is the center of the world, the cradle of civilization. How come that we have left all those things and chasing after the wind? when we have so huge a potential. So I am inspired. And as I speak now, my lectures is going on and my students are presenting their sources of inspiration. And if I have to tune it in to what we are doing today, I'm hopeful that in future, not the near and the not distant future, we are going to see a revolution in the way we think as designers from Africa, as practitioners from Africa, as design educators from Africa, that we will be able to impact on our students as to how they can turn back to the source of inspiration that we have, not only to depend on the West for ideas, but looking at our own, drawing inspirations from our ancestors and the people who have laid the foundation for Africa to thrive. So I'm grateful to you all for your contribution, and we turn our attention now to those who are on the platform who have some contributions to make, questions to ask. I will be glad to hear from you and your contribution as well. Thank you very much, and to our speakers.
And please, if you like to speak, you're welcome to either raise your hand and we will enable your mic. And if you do not also want to speak into the mic, you can send your feedback in the text chat area and we would read it out to the particular speakers that you would like to ask the questions and we will respond to you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Wonderful presentations and very insightful. So I was able to catch on Miss Juliet's presentation and Professor Shegun and also Mr. Mohammed's presentation. And I could actually pinpoint something that was really significant in all the presentations, which is the role of African culture in design, and also I could see that there is also a touch of spiritualism in this presentation. So I was just thinking, I want to really know at what point do we strike the balance between Africanism and spiritualism, or our culture has to go hand in hand, our practice of Africanism has to go hand in hand with spiritualism. And if that's the way, how could we tend to urbanize, or in terms of globalization, our African culture, our heritage, how can we properly, sell it to the West and even make it global as we are now in the world of technology and civilization. So how do we tend to go about that? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Any respond?
I'd like to respond.
May I take that, please?
Thank you. Yep.
Yes. One of the interviews that I did with Yoruba High Chief is that his explanation was very intriguing for me. He said there's religion and there's spirituality. And he tried to dissect both and separate them. Africa, generally speaking, when we look at the history, this spirituality was part of the lifestyle. Everything that did involved spirituality. And when or should I say post-colonialism, we of course, adopted other religions, whether we were taking it from Islam or Christianity, which were the two major ones. And today we have other forms as well. I think the fact that I speak English is a good thing because I can communicate with you. I choose to speak English today because that's how I was brought up. I choose to be a Christian because that's how I was brought up. And I believe in that way, and I believe English. But if I'm going to speak my language, I want to put the same effort that I put into learning English into speaking my own language. My language and my way of life is not inferior to another. The problem was that when one religion came, they threw everything out. So today we want to reclaim the good parts, and I'll keep saying the good parts, because some parts may be harmful, regardless whether we're talking about spirituality or religion. It could be anything. For instance, in our old ways, we didn't have ways of measuring and doing dosage. We also had to accompany certain medications with incantations. Well, if we go with the Western way, they've dosed everything out, take 2 tablets 3 times a day. And it seems like a more sure way. And then we can take 2 tablets 3 times a day, and we know we're getting what we need. Whereas with ours, we don't have those measurements. Is it bad? No. But the knowledge that propagates that needs to be shared so that people can know it, feel comfortable with it, and also be able to use it in everyday life. So I think that struggle is going to remain with us when it comes to religion and spirituality for a long time. And if anyone has a perfect solution, it will be great. But I do believe that if you choose one way, stick to it and be true to it, but it doesn't mean that you can't use African pattern on a hat, or you can't use your motifs on your clothing, or you have to wear a funny hat because, so these are things that we need to keep looking at and dismantling and taking away the colonial and keeping the essence of it. And in the same way, when we look at our African cultures, we sure would not want to go back to slavery, which we participated in, and that was harmful. So we don't want to go back that way. So let's take the good from here and the good from there and progress in a synergistic way. That's my way of thinking. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. Good from there, good from there. That's good. All right. Josie, you can see your digital hand. There's any of you move. Right.
Okay. Hello.
Yeah, Josie.
Okay. Please, can everyone hear me? Hello.
Yes, I can.
We can hear you.
Okay. Yes. So I was able to luckily, as an architect, I was able to listen all through Juliet's presentation, and I was really encouraged by what she talked about, especially with the aspect of regionalism, because when you go back to the studies that we have in school on architectural science, building science, you come into practice, you realize that the local materials or our traditional system of building, it makes a lot more sense to us than all these minimalism that we've borrowed wholly from the West. We can apply some bits of it, but then, when you look at our climate and you study how, global climate change is devastating our world, it makes a lot more sense, especially at this time, for us to adapt our traditional ways of building, our materials, local building materials like our clay, our bamboo, wood, that we have in abundance. It makes a lot more sense when you study the science of it. It makes a lot of sense. And then even for our own use, wood is healthy for us, for our health, us breathing in the air that is, given off by it. The mud that we use, even we use it for skin treatments. And then if we use the same mud for our walls, I mean, it makes a lot more sense for us as Africans to go back and take what our forefathers were using. We can improve upon it so that it lasts longer and it fits our modern current times, because the temperatures have changed. So we can adopt, higher roofs, or maybe, other methods, all this talk of mechatronics that have come, which we are sort of computerizing, like buildings, making them smart. It's all good. We can adapt all that, but we shouldn't forget what we have from our forefathers. We should also understand that it's very valuable to us. And so I'm glad that Juliet touched on all that. So that's what I've got to say, that we should keep pondering about these things as Africans. Thanks.
Right. Thank you, Jesse. Des.
Sorry, I was muted. So I've been talking to myself. Sugan, I just wanted to say that when we're talking about slavery, I think we're going back into that era in a funny way, in a completely different way. But we must be really careful, because, as you said, we need to be true to what we believe in, and I think that is so important, and we've really got to put up a stance, and we've got to do this through Padi. We can only do it as a united front. And then, talking about sustainability and climate, these are things that we need to document, and it's all about this conversation we're having today when we're talking about, how do we actually move forward, and how do we actually get industry involved. Industry will be involved because they in a way, I'm sorry to say it, and it's a bad way of saying it, but they're crapping themselves because they know that they're not on the right side of where the world is heading. So we need to be a very united front as Padi and as Ghana, design. And we need to actually take this out of this conversation into something much bigger. And really, I think that we can do that. And I don't think it's going to take too much. And I've got a bit of time. I know Felix might have, and I know there are a lot of people on this panel that could help and work forward. And I thank you all, because I've listened to such inspiring conversations today from every panel member, which is amazing. And then the last thing I want to say is that I'm just putting it out there, and it's no pressure. I'm no pressure at all. Nigeria, you are going to host next year's Africa Design Day. So I'd like to hear from Nigeria as well. But thank you.
Make it happen.
I really want to thank you guys for being so amazing. I think that we've had an incredible time today and over the last 3 days, but also we've had an incredible time putting Padi together. And I'm just doing the thanks here, which is a crazy thing because I'm sure they're coming. But I also want to thank Felix and for all the dedication and the time that he's put in to make all of this happen, and to all of you guys, as speakers. And thank you. I really, and I feel so humble to be part of this process. And oh, shit, I love you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mo.
Thank you so much, Prof, for the opportunity. I think in response to the brother's question, Africa, as Prof. Segun was saying, is inherently spiritual. And you guys remember Exterminate All the Brutes, right? I think when it comes to First Nation knowledge systems, we have places like Mapungubwe and Lepalale out here that was just, that were hidden from public view by way of the agenda at the time. And I don't want you to misunderstand me what in terms of what I'm trying to express. There were gold and metal refineries in Africa when Europe was in the Dark Ages, right? And the thing is that I've contemplated, like Prof. Segun was talking about First Nation peoples of America. And, when you contemplate this, and you think about it, Prof, you wonder whether, oftentimes they were like, oh, you know what, a superior invading force came. I disagree with that position statement. I think First Nation people were more generous and were more honest than the invaders that came. So folks were having conversations by heart with spirit, right? Connected to the ancestry and the land. And the people that came to have conversations were doing so disingenuously, dishonestly, right? Prof. Segun touched on the whole question of Western medicine. If you take Western culture, it's built upon layers and layers, and I'm quite sure the panel will agree, layers and layers of First Nation knowledge systems. Whether it is the moccasin that came from the Americas, or whether it is smelting that came from Africa, and even architecture. Like, oftentimes we would hear folks say, well, look at Great Zimbabwe, guys, right? That's just amazing. Even if you take Nubian pyramids, like oftentimes they would say, well, Egyptian pyramids were influenced by European culture and whatever. Then what about the pyramids in Sudan, right? What about the great stuff that came out of Mali in terms of architecture, well before colonialism came along? And then our sister Josie was talking about, earth-sensitive building materials, right? So if you took Bulawayo, which was a massive settlement under King Shaka's rule, right? Estimates of hundreds of thousands of people that lived there. You take the building systems that was put in place, totally biodegradable, totally zero carbon footprint. And now that we're coming full circle again, and we're realizing that, hey, wait a minute, the building methodologies that we're using based on what is accepted as good, cement and mortar and all of that, is not absolutely ideal. We're coming back to First Nation knowledge systems. So I would argue that firstly, the First Nations, particularly of Africa, because the attempt to suppress and wipe out first knowledge systems, that happened here, and we survived that. And I would argue that the way forward is for us to go back to that level of spirituality that was taught by First Nation knowledge systems in Africa, right? And for example, a classic case is, Prof. Segun touched on Islam and Christianity. And I ask, like, where's the fiery hell in first knowledge systems that you're going to be roasted and burnt and all sorts of great amounts of torture being kind of done upon you in first knowledge systems? It doesn't exist. And one needs to think about these things, Prof, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your contribution. We have a question for Prof. Des. Doc, read it for.
All right. We have a question from Tim Baker, and he says that your presentation, I'd like to know that how do we ensure that this is at the forefront of our design industry, and where are the resources? So that's a question to Prof. Des regarding your presentation today.
Okay. Okay, I'm here. I will try and give the best answer that I can. But I think that what I would really, yes, I agree that you'd like to know how we can ensure that this is at the forefront of our design industry, and where are the resources. That is the biggest problem. I think we actually need to, that is what one of the platforms that Padi is working on, is how do we actually get to the point where we can actually say to government, and we are working on that, believe it or not, with the African Union, that design is actually a really, really important resource and a really important way of developing our countries, which is what Padi was all about initially as well. So I think that what's really important here is that we need a unified voice, and we need people that are dedicated to being involved and to actually getting onto these committees, because everybody has a really great saga to tell, but nobody wants to stand up and say, I'm with you. So Tim Becker, I really, really, really want you to actually get involved in the Padi committees. So if you can speak to Felix, and Felix is on this line, we can actually take this forward. And I agree with you. We don't have the resources, but I think they will come forward because, as I said in my talk, that there are a lot of companies out there that would like to put resources into place, but there is no formal way of them doing that, and therefore they will not put money in because they feel that they're just, pushing it against the wall, and it's not going to make a difference. And that's the biggest thing about what I was trying to say today, is that if we can actually unify and really unify, and we don't start talking about politics, we don't start talking about the past, we don't start talking about what happened, we start talking about where we're going in the future, it's going to make a huge difference, because we need the optimism, and that is really, really important. So that's a message I give out there. But Felix is the president of Padi, and I think that he might, if he's online, he might actually be able to give us a little bit more insight as well. But I think we really need to stop feeling that we are second children. We really need to fight. We need to fight the battle for design to actually make the difference. And we need to get beyond the politics, which I agree, they are terrible. And we've come from, especially in South Africa, we've come from a terrible past. But if we keep on going back to where it was, we're not going to get anywhere. And we need to actually move forward. And I hope that everyone can have a spirit of optimism and working together to actually, and that there are brilliant brains around this community that we've got here, and for Africa, well, let's make it happen, guys. Let's really, really make it happen, and we can, and I really believe that. So, yeah, good question, and I hope that Tim Becker, we can get a message from the president and get you involved in where we're moving.
Thank you, Des. We have Frank on the line. Frank, can you come in?
Yeah, Prof. Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. I have two questions for Professor Segu and Juliet. First with Juliet, I saw that Georgie was asking about what happened to our local materials in terms of architecture designs. My grandmother's house is about 70 years old. It was anywhere, the red one, the one we use for what we say the muchia, was used for that house. And I've never seen any rising on that house. I put up my house about 5 years ago, and I can't even paint it because everywhere when you put the paint on, it starts peeling off. So my question is, the problem with our part of the world, are we willing to go into the political realm? Because I think it's a political willingness of our government to actually buy into that idea, because if materials are being imported, we live in a continent where, especially in the case of Ghana, where everything is being imported onto us. We import things, and because government want to make money out of all the importation, we can fight. But if you don't have people in their positions, how do we fight the fight that we started? Though it's timely. I can see that this fight is timely, that design should be the order of the day when it comes to Africa design. Africa design actually matter. And hello?
Sorry, no, carry on. I didn't want to interrupt you. I was going to respond to you. Yeah.
And so I'm asking, what about we taking key positions, thinking about we taking position in government, because that is where policies and all these things are framed. Without a political willingness, you can do all the fight that you are fighting. You know how African power becomes so obsolete when people in power. So how are we fighting that battle when it comes to the political position and willingness? That's the question I actually want to put across.
All right, I will answer that on behalf of our president at Padi. I think that, and I think Ghana has gone a long way now. They have a professional body. I think that we've put a code of conduct in place there. I think we've actually also, there are other things that have happened. And I think you need to get hold of your local, whoever is in charge of Ghana design. And I'm sure they'll put their hand up on this forum now. But I also think that this is new, and this is, we've been fighting this battle in South Africa for 30 years. And I think that what's nice about where we are at the moment is that we actually, because we are united and because we are moving, and because I had a look today that we've got Design Kenya here, we've got Design Ghana, we've got other design bodies. And that is what's making us, there's strength in numbers. And I think that that's hugely important. So I would suggest that you put an email out to this body, to Design Ghana. Where are you from? Sorry, that's the other thing. Maybe you're not in Ghana.
Yeah, are you asking where I'm from Ghana?
Okay, cool. Then you must actually talk to the designers in Ghana and see how you can actually take this mission forward. And we need to strengthen up our professional bodies, and I think that's hugely important. But I appreciate what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying. But yes, we need to put that under the belt, and there's nothing better than to actually come forward as a professional body in Ghana, but to say that we are backed by the professional body in Africa. And that's what we need to say. And I think that that's really what we need to talk about. And we have all the statutes, and we can share that with, we have been actually with Design Ghana. So yeah, it'll be cool. And I see Juliet would like to say something, I think.
Hi, Des. Thank you for that. And Frank, thank you for asking the questions that you're asking, because that is actually in the current zeitgeist. It's a whole lot of designers who are frustrated with systems that are in place that are not supporting development within our individual countries. And I think we forget that, yes, in order for development to happen, you need to have strategists, analysts, but we also need designers, because designers are future thought leaders. Designers are able to see the bigger picture and instruct and give advice on how to go about new technologies. The one thing you did mention, which is close to my heart, is materiality. I think, Josie, you mentioned this earlier. There is the way we did things previously within our own cultures and traditions that honored our context. But then we're also living in a different century, a different time. There are technologies in place that have improved our lives. And we as designers then need to figure out a way how, to marry the two. How do we look at local materials and materials that we import and figure out a balance in order to create longevity within our local materials? Or do we want longevity? Do we want our material application to respond to the environments and contexts that we're in and be comfortable with that deterioration? Does you as a designer, or do you as a designer then use that aspect of deterioration in time as a way to showcase layers of design input within your strategies and your applications? So there are numerous ways we as designers can approach materiality and strategy, but I agree with Des. It takes years of pounding the pavement and lifting our voices, but also practicing and illustrating that these practices are successful in order to prove to our numerous governments that designers need to be part of policymaking when it comes to the future of African design.
Thank you. Sam, are you there?
Thanks, Julia.
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm here.
You have the floor.
Yeah, so the question was put concerning the way we do our things as designers, and being an African and spirituality, how we have to relate with it in terms of the infiltration of other parts of the world's spirituality. Going through history, the little that I've done, I get to realize that majority of the inventions that has actually helped move the innovations of industrialization in our part of the world and globally seem to have come from artists and designers. So you mentioned people like Da Vinci, Leonardo, like it, you get to see that these people were seeking something higher than themselves. And it's a very key aspect of the things that we do as designers, which I think that moving forward, we should look into. We normally talk about decolonization from the perspective of freeing ourselves from the white people and moving away from what we've been introduced to. But there is this inability to decolonize our inward selves to really recognize the purpose of the things that we do, whether to satisfy our individual interest or to seek the value that the society that we are working in seeks to have. So in a very high sense, if you look at a principle like Ubuntu, which generally across the continent, we all know that it's a very critical universal value that all of us should be looking into. As we bring out a lot of crop of designers in our modern day, these values that seem to speak to the higher essences, the higher values that our design project should be looking into. That is to come up with things that are very high in terms of the value, come up with things that seek to solve our inner battles. Design creates a lot of problems. When we look at importation, a lot of design solutions are being imported into our part of the world. And that is why we are fighting for political opportunity to sort of nip in the bud the kind of policies that are being developed. When I look at the work of Francis Carey, I get to see that based on a personal decolonization and marrying the process of development that he learned abroad and coming home to work with his people, I look at an artist in Ghana who is in the north and goes out there to get to see how the world is evolving and comes back home to the north in Ghana and tries to come up with things that will help the community look to a higher solution that benefits everybody in the society. And I think that is what Padi we should be looking at. If individually as designers, we will not just look at our individual selves, but we can look beyond ourselves and look at the larger picture in pursuit of truth, in pursuit what is truth for our existence in our part of the world, and in pursuit of meaning for everybody, not only ourselves, then genuinely we will be happy within. And the things that will be coming out of us will put happiness in the hearts of people. When we talk about spirituality or pursuit of religion or something, the thing that we are trying to talk about is in doing something that seeks to help us to pursue things that are higher than ourselves, things that genuinely bring fulfillment to us. And I believe that as Padi, as designers, we are really in a very good opportunity or environment to start pursuing things that are meaningful, things that seek to help a lot of people in the community, things that seek to call collaboration, call people onto collaborative effort to solve problems that do not just affect us individually or seek to advance us individually, but seeks to advance the collective effort, the collective aim of making people come into an end of well-being. And I think that is what we should be looking at. So if you look at some of the things, I think when Professor Sagan was talking about spirituality, he said that there are things that are part of our culture that we need not go to. There are other values that are very high that our design should be speaking to. When you look at other parts of the world's culture, there are certain values that speaks to we coming to a point where we seek to do things for the higher cause and not necessarily for our own promotion or our own success, that we may do things that are higher than ourselves. That I think will attract a lot of political will. That will attract a lot of citizenry will. If we want the people to see us to be having goodwill towards us, not to be talking amongst ourselves, but to develop things that will attract the attention of leaders. I have this policy that a politician will always be a politician. But if we begin to behave like Francis Carey, if we begin to behave like some of our leaders, like Mandela, like Kwame Nkrumah, to pursue things that will go beyond our name, that I think that will go back to the times when community, the African community, were living together, and every solution that was being bet for was to the furtherance of the community and not individual selves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you. Professor Gun, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. We have scattered some seeds this morning, and I think it will be good to nurture them as time goes on. Des talked about activism, big thing on my mind. I spoke with somebody who was on a line carrying a placard. This was here. And I said, have you ever gone to your MLA, your representative, to talk about this problem? And she said, no. But for me, it's not a problem to pick up the phone or make an appointment to go speak to my representative when it comes to reaching out to political people and explaining what it is that needs to be done or that we are yearning for. So even if we don't go into politics, we should harness our strengths and go together as a body and speak to those in power. It's not that they don't want to listen, but the ideas have not come to them. So let's start from there. And I want to touch on something that Juliet said, which is critical. Today, the world is a global village. We all accept that. So if I want to build a house that would last, or a building that's going to be maybe 40 floors, there are certain materials that I would use. But city dwellers are not the only ones who need shelter. We need shelter in other parts, in the rural areas maybe, in areas that we may want to dedicate as places where we want to preserve our culture and our cultural values and our cultural styles of building. Why would we have high-peaked roofs in arid areas that traditionally had flat roofs that collected as much moisture as they could each year? We have to start asking those questions again. I'm not saying we should throw the baby out with the bathwater, but to really examine what is it? What is the problem that we're trying to solve? And of course, as designers, that is one of the biggest questions we put on the table. And when it comes to religion, spirituality, and things like that, I like what I've just heard about higher values. Here's an example that I give when I'm talking to people in the faith. I say, the average man that does not go to church, does not go to a mosque, is more of a Christian or Muslim than some of us that profess the faith. People are always shocked when I say that. Why? Ethics, ethics, ethics. Here's an example that I can give from my own life that happened last week. One of my students brought gifts to the class and said, "Prof, this is for you." Instead of saying a proper thank you, I was thinking, what is policy about this? Should I accept it? Should I not accept it? Did she bring for everybody or just for me? If she brought for everybody, then I can accept it. If it's for me alone, then I will say thank you, and then we'll talk about it. Ethics, that's just one example. Another example is this. The bus driver who has never stepped foot into a place of worship in his life, in this country, Canada, if they tell him he's supposed to resume by 8 a.m., he will be there at 7:30, put away his clothes, get in his uniform, and I tell you by 7:45 or 5 minutes to 8, he's ready to go. Ethics, believing in something higher, because he knows that if he does not do his job, it would affect the economy. We need to talk to ourselves in Africa. No matter what your belief system is, if you're employed to be at a place at 8 a.m., be there. If you are supposed to mark papers for students, do it. If you're supposed to be the one in control of a certain part of our economy and manage it, do it. Our problem has always been, for the past many years, that we don't know where our personal lives stop and where our official lives start. Until we come back to a place where we each, and I'm not saying it's just the politicians, but all of us come to a place where we say, okay, this thing I'm about to do. And that is how our ancestors lived. They thought about the village. They thought about everybody. They thought about the things that affect not just their own household, but the community. And I believe as designers, that is a place where we have to go back to when we're looking for those templates, when we're looking for those theories. Those theories are embedded in our lives, in our culture, and we need to start sifting them to be able to use them again. And I think I would like to stop here and give somebody else an opportunity, but we really need to go back into those details and start from there. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Prof. Let's have Mo.
Yes.
Mo, are you there? Mohammed.
I am, Prof. I am. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So thanks. I think when it comes to the whole question of, Sam touched on Kwame Nkrumah and Lumumba, and I think our ancestors actually smile on us, the Mandelas of the world, and Thomas Sankara. And even if you take, for example, I was listening to President Akufo-Addo from Ghana taking on Emmanuel Macron and pointing out the hypocrisy of shaking my hand on the one hand and then holding a knife to my ribs with the other. I think what Des was talking to is very much a Pan-African play. And to my brother Frank Boadu, I think you're absolutely spot on. And I think Prof. Segun spoke about this a lot in terms of taking responsibility and reflecting inwardly and so on. My position would be that if it's Padi or if it's any other platform that drives the agenda forward in terms of making sure that folks understand and value the design systems that emerge from the continent, then that's a good thing. That's an excellent thing. And I think every one of us, to Sam's point, should aim for that higher purpose, Prof. So that would be my contribution to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Thank you very much. I think it has been quite an exciting moment for us. And all the panelists have really given us those of tons of thoughts to ponder over. Thank you, Des. Thank you, Juliet. Thank you, Segun. Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you for the contributions that came from the floor. Well, it's pointing to two things. One, how do we galvanize our efforts, our energies to hold forth as practitioners of design, as educators of design? How do we mobilize ourselves from south to east to north to west to the center? How do we come together and see the need for us to rise above vocation, the challenge of taking the youth to another level as they face the uncertainties of the future? Are we prepared? Are we determined? Do we have the energies and the resources? Individually, no, but collectively, yes. That is what the speakers and the ideas that have been shared today pointing to, that and to what we say popularly, together we stand, divided we fall. If we are able to harness our resources, learn from one another, share the thoughts, fall back, not on the terrible past, but fall back on the terrible, the good that our ancestors have left behind, the philosophies, the values, the ancient values of the African culture, from Egypt to Ethiopia, through Mali, to down south, to west, Are we ignoring all those things and still clamoring for that which is not ours? Or we will look at, and the works that were shown by Professor Segun and Mohammed, I think a source of serious inspiration, and that of Juliet, that we still have hope. We still have hope. We still have hope, and we should not look that desperate, that thinking that all is lost. We today should be the beacon of hope for the youth of today, that they will look forward with the confidence that our forefathers, our fathers have fought a good fight. And it is our turn also to continue. I'm very, very happy to be part of this happy occasion that we celebrate Africa Design Week. And I am taking home a lot of inspiration, a lot of aspirations from all of you across the continent. Thank you so much for your contribution. I leave that to Doc Ralisa to say some word.
Yeah. Thank you so much for being with us. And before we leave the session, I'd like you to, if you can type in the text chat, we would like you to respond to this for us. How you feel now is. How you feel now is, okay? So in other words, how I feel now is after the session. So let's see what you feel now in the text chat. If you can type, please type for us. How you feel now is. Okay, motivated. Karen says motivated. And Muhammad says proudly African. Trevor says inspired. Yes, yeah, we can see that we've really energized ourselves today, and we are very, very motivated, inspired, challenged. Yes, and the next thing is your juiciest takeaway from today's session is, please type in the text chat. Let us hear your juiciest takeaway from the session. Segun says, I feel more hopeful that things will change, and I am in a great company. We can make a change happen together. Yes. Mohammed thanks Design Ghana, and Sam feels hopeful, and Frank feels highly motivated. And Tembeka says, I feel now is that this is a very good start and a good foundation for all of us to put our hands on deck. Yes, exactly. And Frank says we need more united front as well. And the lady says energized, exactly. The juiciest takeaway from Peter Ekem is that design isn't just what you do on paper, it includes your activism from Professor Segun. And then Robert says that the text chat is going so quickly. Robert says that motivated to not take failure and mere failure, yes. And Afiari Mary says, I feel the need for synergy between designers and other fields to build meaningful solutions. Yes, exactly. And Eugene Ofe says, very inspired. And Mohammed says that my design family, yes, we have a design family now through Padi. Padi Unlimited, yes. And Josie says, I feel more hopeful for my African design continent. And Walter says, I feel my immediate design community is behind and I should start the conversation to bring them into this space. And yeah, thank you so much. Keep your comments coming. But I also like to acknowledge Animation Africa for joining us today in the person of Sam Korte. Our next event is going to be a film festival where we are going to look at storytelling in Africa. And together with Design Ghana, we will be having a film template. Yes, thank you so much. Before we leave completely, we would like everyone to switch on their video if they can. But I don't know if Prof. Des is still around. If you have one closing remark for Padi, then Prof. Des, we would like to get your closing remark. If there's anything you want to say for Padi, and everyone else can switch on your video, and we would like to wave across Africa. Yes. So if you have your yes, let us have the African wave. Let us wave across Africa. Let's wave across Africa. Yay. I see you, Mohammed waving. Prof. Segun. Yes. Yes. Juliet, thanks for sticking around. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us today. Yes. Thank you all. We appreciate you. Yes. So thank you all for coming. And yeah. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. So we also like to thank the Design Ghana team for joining in the session, and everybody from KNUST and the people from Mentonsu Village and Boere as well. We also like to thank the e-learning center from KNUST, Tech TV, Communication Design, and all our students and all designers across Africa. Thank you so much for joining us, and please look out for our animation festival. And if you still have your camera, we are still waving. Thank you all. Thank you all for joining us.
Thank
Yes.
you. Ah.
Thank you.